I think we will go ahead and get started. Welcome to the May 2026 edition of the Federal Aid Series training. My name is Robert Ronald. I'm with Caltrans headquarters local programs group. I'd like to welcome you all. Thank you for joining and hopefully participating when necessary. Um, so first things first, I think we will start on some housekeeping items. Um, and then I will remind everyone as the training goes on throughout the day, because obviously we still have some people still joining us. Um, so you all should have received a email from Scott with the final master PowerPoint presentation that will be seen on the screen for today and tomorrow. A list of all the instructors and the agenda for each day. Um, our contact list, excuse me, for each district. Um, those are your local LPCs, local program coordinators, and their seniors. So if you have any questions that are not answered today, please feel free to reach out to them, and they will be more than happy to assist you in getting an answer for you, or potentially reaching out to headquarters if they are not able to. You should also have received a right-of-way certification summary, which lists the items that are required um, for each cert level, a cert 1, a cert 2, a cert 3, and a cert 3W. You should have also received a preliminary right-of-way activities guide, which is activities that are allowed prior to environmental clearance. Um, you should have also received a right-of-way certification requirement, which is to help us help you by letting you know with what items we are going to be requesting when you submit certification for your project. These items will help us review, make sure you are federally um, compliant, and make sure no funds are at jeopardy of being lost. And then the last item, I believe, is the LPA appraisal and review appraisal checklist, which I believe breaks down items that are needed during appraisal for a local project. And that checklist will be talked about later on as well. Some other items, we ask you to please remain muted throughout the entire meeting. I know sometimes mute buttons get hit or unmute buttons get hit. So we'll be checking and, oh, okay, Laurel, we will get those materials to you. Um, so we'll be, checking periodically throughout to make sure everybody's muted. If you have any questions, I'm going to throw my screen up. So hopefully y'all can see it. Down here at the bottom, you see a Q&A button. You'll want to hit that and a Q&A chat box will open. If you have any questions, please enter them into this chat box. I will be monitoring it and presenting those questions to the presenter at some point during the presentation or at the very end of their presentation. And then sometimes you'll want to keep this open as well because we might have someone answer your question in chat if we're not able to get to it. So that is another reminder to please keep those questions into the question and answer box. Another item is that this meeting is being recorded. Just wanted to let everybody know that. And then also just for your presenters for today and tomorrow, at the beginning of the PowerPoint, you'll see a little blurb section of introductions and little bio for everybody, as you see on the screen currently. So with that being said, I think I saw, will the video recording be made available? If it will be on our Caltrans website, I believe, but that is for a topic for us to discuss after the fact. Okay. So with that, I think we can go ahead and get started. So the course objectives for this training is that we want to make sure that the overall understanding of the federal aid, overall understanding of the federal aid requirements on a project. The FHWA has delegated Caltrans through a stewardship and oversight agreement as the quote unquote gatekeeper for funds for when local governments use federal monies on a project. So we want to make sure that all the rules, policies, requirements are being followed because we just want to make sure that, down the line for a potential audit, that no potential future funds are at risk. That is not why we're here. We want to make sure the project goes smoothly. We're here to help you as much as we can. Like I just mentioned, this class is to educate the local agencies on the right-of-way policies and procedures that are necessary, to successfully certify your project while complying with federal regulations and to potentially avoid jeopardizing future funds. We here at the Right-of-Way Division are responsible for protecting the rights of the owners and obtaining the rights needed for projects. We know this is, isn't an easy task on some cases, but we want to be here to have you guys be able to lean on us and help you out as much as we can. So this class focuses on all aspects of the right-of-way function and the different that occur during local projects. And it's hopefully a good overview of information that you guys will be able to take in and use towards future projects. We really lean on chapter 13 and 14 of the LAPM, the Local Assistance Procedures Manual. Chapter 13 is the right-of-way chapter, and chapter 14 is the utilities chapter. And then also chapter 13 in the right-of-way manual is a utility chapter that's within the overall right-of-way manual for Caltrans, which both manuals are good resources to lean on. So, all that being said, obviously the course goal is to, gain the knowledge and skills necessary to um, help obtain a successful certification for your guys' projects. Um, you know, again, we're here to help you. We want to make sure that everything that we can do to help everything go smoothly, we can do. And yeah, we want to, just as much as you guys, we want to get these projects started and moved on. And then the next slide. Some of the acronyms you'll be seeing and hearing throughout the 2-day training. I'm sure most of you have seen these or have heard of them. RW, right away; LPA, local public agency; CT is Caltrans; FHWA is Federal Highway Administration; LAPM, like I just mentioned, is the Local Assistance Procedures Manual; RWN, the Right-of-Way Manual; RWC, Right-of-Way Certification; and UT is for Utilities. So with that, any questions before we move on to our first presenter? I'm seeing none. All right, stop share. Our first presenter of the day is Jennifer Winooski.
Thanks, Robbie. Can you guys see everything? See my presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Jennifer Wisniewski. I'm a senior right-of-way agent in Caltrans headquarters office. So I'm coming up on a 25-year anniversary with Caltrans. And within my tenure as a right-of-way agent, I've worked in acquisitions, I've worked in property management, I've worked in demolition. I've kind of covered everything. And right now I'm in headquarters. I'm in our local programs office. So our headquarters, we support the districts, and the districts are the ones that are directly working to support you in your delivery of your federal aid presentation or federal aid projects. So what we're going to do is we're going to start at the beginning. I just want to point out for those of you, look for Scott's messages in chat because he has put his email address for those of you who have not that did not get the documents. He put his email in there, so you can email him and he'll make sure that you get the attachments to the presentation and the presentation. Also, Scott did put a link for the videos, the CalTap or the LTAP videos that are on YouTube. So look for Scott's messages in chat so you guys can make sure that you can get that information. So we're going to start pretty much at the beginning. Robbie kind of mentioned that the right-of-way manual, Caltrans has a right-of-way manual. It's very extensive. It's 18 chapters. It covers every right-of-way deliverable and then some. So you're going to need to be well versed in that manual. And we also have the local assistance procedure manual, and that is designed for mostly off-system projects. But the policies and the procedures within that, if you follow those manuals, you're going to make sure that you're, federally compliant. So you want to make sure that you're well versed in that. But the manuals have been written based on, hold on one second. Sorry, I'm trying to move. There we go. The manuals have been written, the policies and procedures, they all started back with the Constitution, the federal regulations. The way that we have written the process and the policies that guide how you're going to go out there and appraise and acquire property or relocate people who are affected by your projects, that stems from the Fifth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, the 14th Amendment, Article 1 of the California State Constitution, and the Uniform Relocation Assistance and Real Property Acquisitions Act. So our state and federal constitutions recognize the need for public agencies to purchase private property for public projects. It's looking at the greater good. So within those constitutions, it does say the certain requirements that have to be met. And Caltrans follows those. We follow that in our projects. You're going to need to follow those things in your project as well. But it's written where the Constitution's written where it's basically a protection to the public. If you're impacted by a transportation project delivered by a public agency, that Constitution made sure that you had protections in place so that you were not essentially you weren't basically out anything. You were supported. You were compensated. So let's, oops, I'm sorry. So the Fifth Amendment, I think most people of the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution kind of goes more to, I'll plead the Fifth, you're not going to incriminate yourself. But the Fifth Amendment has a lot of verbiage that applies to transportation projects. And the basic thing, if we're going to summarize it, is that private property cannot be taken for public use without just compensation. So a property owner has to be compensated fairly for the property that is being acquired. It also has the 14th Amendment. It talks about due process. So there's a due process of law and equal protections for the public. So when you're out there delivering, it doesn't matter who the property owner is. Everybody needs to be treated fairly and equitably, regardless of who they are. So that's where the Constitution and where our right-of-way manual kind of started to dictate what that process should look like. Now, in 1970, the Uniform Relocation Assistance Act was introduced. Prior to that, there was a number of protections in place for the purchase of property, the use of that property for public. But what they did not identify in the earlier Constitution was what happens if people need to relocate because of a project. And that kind of stemmed from a very large project in California that happened in the Sacramento area. I-5 went through the city of Sacramento, and 900 homes were impacted by the project. And what was identified is you could acquire all of those homes, but there were not replacement housing in place for those people impacted. So that was one of the things that came about in the 1970s was the Uniform Act. We kind of identify it as a UA, you'll see it, or just as the Uniform Act. But that was the primary thing that was protecting and giving assistance for people that are required to relocate either themselves or property within a project. The guidelines in that is it ensures fair and equitable treatment for people displaced by a federally funded project. It ensures no person shall suffer disproportionate injury by a program designed to benefit all. And it encourages every reasonable effort to expeditiously acquire real property by negotiation without coercion. So that the last bullet is especially important if you think about the time constraints that most of the public agencies you guys are under, we are as well at Caltrans. It's hard to build in that timeline for right-of-way. Right-of-way can take a long time because you are dealing with the public. You're dealing with people. And it's personal to them when you show up at their property and you want to acquire even a small piece of their property. They have a personal investment. It's home. So that is the one thing with the Uniform Act is it's important to remember that negotiations need to take place. And there needs to be adequate time given for that negotiation. They deserve the right to consider everything that you're saying, the offer that you're given to them. So always remember that. And I know it's challenging because of time constraints and you're trying to get money allocated, but always remember that fair and equitable means a large portion of that is that you give people affected by our properties all of the information that they need and the time to digest that information. The federal regulations, these are the two main federal regulations that apply to transportation projects. Title 23 of the Code of Federal Regulations has to deal with highways. Title 49 is also transportation. These two regulations, if you look at the right-of-way manual, what's stated in these regulations is stated within our manual with the process to and the steps to take to achieve them. So you could access these in a book, but you could also access them very easily online. So I would certainly suggest if you're in the right-of-way world, you should be able to go on there and kind of flip through these regulations. And it's going to give you kind of a very clear process of what you should be doing when you're doing appraisal, acquisition, relocation work. And the other thing I want to point out is with local public agencies, where you guys are unique, you are doing projects on the state highway system. You're also doing projects off the state highway system. So we have the Caltrans right-of-way manual, and that is the manual that Caltrans follows for our transportation projects. It's the manual that you need to be versed in as well. That manual is utilized for on-system projects, and it's utilized to ensure that you're federally compliant with the federal regulations, so you don't jeopardize your money. We also have the Local Assistance Procedure Manual, which is written more for when you're delivering projects off the state highway system. So Chapter 13 and 14 of that manual is kind of giving you a guide of how to deliver your off-system projects. However, you cannot rely on the LAPM alone because the regulation requirements is specific to the Caltrans right-of-way manual. So you need to be reviewing both, but that's kind of the primary reason for the two different manuals. Is one is to help you guide you for on-system projects, and one is to help guide you for off-system projects. And then I will stop sharing. If there's any questions, please put it in chat.
Yeah, does anyone have any questions for Jen? And just a reminder, the Q&A button is at the bottom of your screen of the Zoom Workplace window. You want to hit that. And then that should open the chat box for the Q&A question answers. Just type your question in there and we'll get it answered. So I am not seeing any questions, so we can move on to our next presenter, Miss Carrie Hart-Sanchez.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Robert, for the introduction. My name is Carrie Sanchez, or Hart-Sanchez, and I have been with Caltrans now for 18 years. I started out in right-of-way as an office tech and worked my way up the ladder, so I also have acquisitions experience. I have condemnation and appraisal experience. I promoted to the local program senior for San Bernardino County about 3.5 years ago, and I enjoy it. I definitely enjoy it. It's definitely its own beast. It's very interesting, and there are a lot of aspects to it. But I'm here today to present to you the roles and responsibilities. And we're glad you're here, and we're hoping you'll take away more information than what you came with. All righty, everyone. So to get started, I'm presenting the roles and responsibilities. As you can see, this flow chart outlines the process, the federal funding, and your project. Funding is received from the FHWA. Caltrans is the gatekeeper for compliance, and the local public agencies are actively utilizing the funds for transportation projects. You'll hear this numerous times through these presentations, but please remember that if local agencies do not comply with all of the rules and regulations, your funding can be at risk. And if there isn't compliance with the Uniform Act, you can risk no expenditure reimbursement. So please keep that in mind. Again, we'll hammer that hard this entire presentation because we are for you. We're here to support you, and we want you to be able to deliver your projects and also get reimbursed for your projects as well. At the end of the day, the feds have the final say. If the local agencies are using federal funds, then they must abide by all federal rules and regulations, as well as the state through Caltrans, who is your designated oversight liaison to ensure this as well. That would be me for San Bernardino County here in District 8. Okay, so the FHWA is a policy program direction setting agency. They provide funding and oversight through Caltrans for local agencies to develop their transportation projects. The FHWA and Caltrans has a stewardship or an oversight agreement that outlines our oversight role and delegates approval of certain activities. The FHWA does retain some approvals, for example, projects that are classified as RBIs and certification 3 and 3Ws. So the role of Caltrans in right-of-way, just so you're aware, Caltrans does have 12 districts statewide, and each district has their own local programs right-of-way agents whose jobs are to assist you with your projects and to ensure the regulations are followed so that you don't jeopardize your federal funding. You need to engage with your district representative early on in a project. For those of you located in District 8, hi, I'm County of San Bernardino, as I mentioned earlier, and I'm your local programs liaison. Please email your questions to your local programs district representative, who will respond in writing so you both have documentation of the situation and response. If a manual reference is needed, the representative will usually provide the citing. I always encourage you to go through the manual yourself. It's always best to see it for yourself. And if you need additional direction, please reach out to us. That's what we're here for. We're here to help you as well. I'd like to call my right-of-way manual kind of my Bible, because I had never read our right-of-way manual as many times as I have until I promoted into this position. And it is a very, very wonderful tool, and it's very helpful. So I definitely encourage you, as Jennifer had mentioned, to get familiar with your right-of-way manual. Of course, the LAPM as well, but we definitely also want to focus on our Caltrans right-of-way manual. So why does Caltrans oversight local agency projects? Well, we have two various different type of projects. We have our on-system projects. Caltrans is the owner and operator of the state highway system. After construction is complete and the project is accepted, Caltrans remains responsible for the operations and maintenance, and we also retain tort liability. Thus, the necessity for Caltrans' extensive involvement in LPA projects, specifically on our on-system projects. We also have a second type of project, which is an off-system project. As mentioned earlier, Caltrans is the liaison for FHWA, and the FHWA holds Caltrans accountable for carrying out federal highway programs and projects using federal funds in compliance with the Uniform Act. So we are responsible for the programs and projects carried out by local public agencies using FHWA funds. We are also responsible for ensuring that local agencies either follow the state's procedures or that the local agencies are using procedures that have been approved by the state. So with that being said, you may say, well, I don't have any federal funding in right-of-way on my off-system projects. If you have $1 of federal funding anywhere on your project, we are involved. So please keep that in mind. I know that's a comment that I get quite often. And so unfortunately, fortunately, however you want to look at it, we are involved in that to ensure that those rules and regulations are being followed. Okay. So something to keep in mind is that with our oversight, monitoring will be performed on a real-time spot check basis. We call it real-time monitoring. And this is to ensure that your activities are performed in compliance with state and federal laws and regulation. All of your right-of-way functional areas are subject to review, and this includes project delivery of right-of-way, such as your appraisals, your your acquisition documents, your utility relocations, etc. And this may include additional right-of-way responsibilities like property management and disposal of excess lands. Now, for my district, those have been more on the rare side, but they do happen. Our focus mostly is appraisals, acquisitions, and utility relocations. But just because those are our more frequent functions doesn't mean that we still don't oversight the other functions that are less frequent in our district as well. And that is across the board for other districts, I'm sure also. So these reviews should occur at each right-of-way activity. So for example, you at the local agency and or your consultant is going to send me your appraisals. I'm going to review your appraisals, and once those are approved, I'll give you the thumbs up to move into the acquisition side of it. And what that entails is you sending over a draft version of your right-of-way contracts. And I will review those to ensure that there are proper possession clauses, that we have a Title VI clause in there that's super important that needs to be in there as well. And so I'm looking for certain items to make sure those are included in your contracts. Once those contracts are received, then and I approve those, then I want to see your first written offer package. I want to see that you have a Title VI brochure or that you have a printout that lets the property owner what their rights are as well. And I want to see what you're providing to them as well. So that's just a perfect example of what real-time monitoring is. It's just a step-by-step process of monitoring as you go along. With that being said, this has helped in multiple ways in protecting you as a local agency as far as finding discrepancies. When I first came into my function, one of the things that I found were possession clauses. Some of them contradicted themselves. Some of them weren't worded correctly to give you possession upon the right-of-way certification date. I had one project, for example, that was set to certify, but because they had already, this is prior to us instilling the real-time monitoring, because we hadn't reviewed the contract yet, they had a clause in there that basically said that possession would begin after 30 days notice, written notice to the owners. And so this agency had to send out written notices to all of the owners. And then we had to wait 30 days before I could actually approve that right-of-way certification date. With this real-time monitoring, we have eliminated that sort of obstacle. And so I am a huge proponent and supporter of it. And I feel that the local agencies that I've been working with in my district have been on board and supportive of it as well, because ultimately it affects you and your project and your funding. And again, repetitive, right? We want to make sure you get your funding, and we want to make sure that you are able to move forward with your project. So with that, our spot check monitoring or our real-time monitoring will normally be limited to no more than 25% of the total work performed. But please keep in mind, we can ask for more if we need to. If we're seeing consistent discrepancies or issues, we can choose to then request more than 25%. For me, it doesn't happen that often, but if you give me a reason to ask for more than 25%, I will do that. Again, I'm here to support you. I'm here to be your liaison and to guide you and make sure that you're able to deliver. Alrighty, so continued in that era is you want to initiate early engagement and ongoing communication with us, your local programs coordinator. Starting with that is your off-system project. So you submit the preliminary engineering right-of-way document, which is the LAPM Exhibit 13E for each project. I know it's tedious, but let me tell you how much I appreciate this document. It is very helpful for me. It helps me understand how many parcels you have, your utility conflicts, etc. And it allows me to also early engage with you as well to help you overcome any obstacles you may have or that you foresee on this project. As part of your role for the local agency, you also are holding public hearings for projects. And local agencies that are not qualified by Caltrans to perform all of the right-of-way functions must hire a qualified local agency or consultant who would administer the consultant selection. You would manage the right-of-way consultant contract, and you would be responsible for all of the right-of-way staff and consultants. So please keep that in mind when you hire your consultants, that you are there to monitor and you are there to be responsible for anything that they do, good or bad. What is it? The good, bad, or the ugly, right? So something that I want to admit, like basically drive home is the mention of public projects, public hearing for projects. One of the things that'll probably be mentioned later on is the rapport with your property owners. I think that makes a huge impact. When you go out, some people are intimidated, by government employees, and we're not here to be intimidating. I'm a whole 4'11" and I'm small but mighty, but the last thing I want to do is intimidate anyone or make anyone feel uncomfortable. And I think it's wonderful having these public hearings. They get to see the faces, some of the faces of the project. They get to ask their questions. And I think it's a great way to start building that rapport with your property owners. Does that mean every single person is going to sign? Not necessarily, but it's a great start, and it's a great way to really get the project out there, to let them feel heard, to even learn about things about the area or certain parcels that you had no idea about and maybe would not have known about had you not had a public hearing. So you also administer the right-of-way activities. You prepare the right-of-way certification, and that you, the local agency, must certify that all Uniform Act requirements have been satisfied on projects for which federal reimbursement will be sought. You also are required to maintain records and proper retention of documents. At any time, if we, Caltrans, need to see those documents, we can request them. If, God forbid, you're ever audited by the FHWA, they are going to want to see those records and those documents. So please make sure that you are maintaining organized and proper records and properly retaining those documents. Okay. That is my presentation. Thank you so much, everyone. I'll see you on the next one.
All right, excuse me. We do have a question in chat for Carrie.
Okay.
How long can an appraisal be effective if the agency has delayed the E76 for construction?
Great question. So here's the thing. As you know, fair market changes back in 2008, 2009. Even before that, it was constantly changing. So we want to make sure that we're offering them fair market value, and that's required of us as well. So for example, if your project has been put on hold, I would say after 6 months, you're going to want to at least reevaluate the market. Make sure that that appraisal is not stagnant and is not old values. If you review that, that doesn't mean to say you need to do a full appraisal. But if you evaluate, or your appraisal evaluates that appraisal and says, hey, you know what, there hasn't been any change in the market. Okay, wonderful. Note that in your diary. If, let's say, you're looking at more of a year and you go back and you're like, okay, either way, you still need to have it reassessed. But at a year, at that point, I'm going to tell you to have it revised, have it updated. But you're going to look at it again. Is there any market change? There may not be. But if you're going at a year or longer, you're going to need to revise the appraisal. That would be my strong suggestion. Anything longer than a year, you can check the market, note your diary, but at that point, you do need to have an appraisal redone, revised, or updated.
All right. Next question. Would records and documents be maintained according to local agency retention policies, or are there different retention requirements for Caltrans FHWA?
That is a great question, and I don't have an answer for you at this time. I would say for now, make sure that you stick to your local agency retention records or policy. I would look at the FHWA's website to see if there is any sort of mention of retention. I do not know offhand, so maybe one of my colleagues might be able to pipe in and share that. But I would definitely encourage you to start with the local agency's requirements, and then we can look into the FHWA, or if you would like to yourself, could go to their website and you could look into that as well. Unfortunately, I don't know offhand. Do any of you, by chance, any of my colleagues happen to know if we're sticking to the local agency's retention policies, or if FHWA themselves have an actual retention policy?
It's the government code policy for retention.
Okay.
FHWA doesn't stipulate anything beyond that. It's not a bad idea to keep your records longer, because they don't stipulate a time frame in which they must do an audit. So there could be an audit that is done farther down the road. But generally, it is the standard administrative government code that the state follows as well as public agencies when it comes to retention.
Great. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right. There's one more question. Is there a manual to follow for state on funds?
State on funds. I know you're going to want to work with your local assistance contact. They have a lot of information about funding. I typically, when I have questions about funding, I will reach out to my local assistance coordinator assigned to that local agency. So I would reach out to that person. If you're not familiar with who that person is, reach out to your local programs coordinator and we can get you tied in with that person and they can help guide you through the LAPM or they can provide actual um, chapters, sections, etc. that would be helpful for you in your particular questions.
All right. Is there any more questions for Carrie?
Can I just add something really quick, Robbie? I just want to
Yeah, go.
stipulate that if you have a project that is state funded only, um, Caltrans follows the federal policy and procedure and requirements for all projects, regardless if there's federal money or not. One of the reasons is kind of what we, stipulated per the Constitution. It's to give fair and equitable treatment to property owners. So I would probably say it's a good idea to not try to distinguish, a different process if there's no federal money on it. But if you look at the right-of-way manual, you're going to be compliant with the federal regulations if you follow that process, which is certainly applicable for state-funded projects only.
All right. Not seeing any more questions. So Carrie, you're off the hook for now.
Thank you.
All right. Our next presenter is Gagan Purewal. Gagan, take it away.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me?
Gotcha.
Okay. Sorry, I'm gonna give Carrie a short little break here. Hi, my name is Guggen Purwell. I'm a senior right-of-way agent at Caltrans headquarters. I've been with Caltrans for about 9 years now, and at local programs for about 4, and then one of them being in headquarters. So I'm going to go over the right-of-way activities and who can do work on these projects. So the first slide, local agencies, they have 4 options when it comes to how they're going to do the right-of-way activities on their projects. The first one is if you can use your own staff, but you have to be qualified previously from Caltrans, and we're going to go over that, how to get qualified. You can contract with an approved qualified local agency. You can contract with a qualified consultant, or you can actually mix it up. You can have one agency do your appraisal work and then have a consultant do some other part of the right-of-way work. So you can kind of mix it up with that. So now let's go over the qualification process. So the first step is to contact your respective district's right-of-way local programs coordinator and request a process if you're unfamiliar, or at least let them be aware that you're seeking qualification, and they can walk you through the instructions and so forth, how to go about it. The agency will then submit the package to the LPC, which will include staff resumes, organization charts, and duty statements, and that will to show that they can perform the level of work that they are requesting to be approved for. You will also, at this time, need to specify the qualification level that you are seeking. Once the local programs coordinator reviews the package, they will make the determination whether your package is approved or denied, and that should probably come in a letter. And then from there, the qualification, it'll need to be renewed every 3 years, or if there are any significant staffing changes, that would be an example. That would be, let's say you had a very experienced appraiser and that was your only appraiser. That person leaves, your agency is now short of appraisal experience, so that would be a significant staffing change. And then here are a few requirements. Oh, sorry. Sorry. 1 second. Okay, here we are. Yeah, so here are a few requirements as well. The local agency must have right-of-way agents who are qualified to perform all the activities that the agency has been approved for. And like I said before, they must maintain this throughout the 3 years. Otherwise, you have to seek qualification again. And in addition to qualified and adequate staff, your agency must conform to the department policies and procedures, which meet state and federal requirements. And you must um, adopt the Caltrans right-of-way manual. And unlikely, but there might be a local agency manual that has been previously approved by Caltrans. But if you have that, you can go by that. But more than likely, it's going to be the Caltrans right-of-way manual. And the LAPM is a great tool. It summarizes a lot of the right-of-way and utilities that we do, but it is used in conjunction with our regular right-of-way manual. And then here are the qualification levels. Level one, you can perform one or more of the specific functions and work on one project at a time. That is the lowest level of being qualified. Level two, you can perform some specific functions and work on more than one project at a time. And then level three, which is the best qualification, you can perform most or all of the right-of-way functions and then work on multiple projects at a time. And that is my portion of the presentation. I know it's short. Are there any questions?
We have one question. What accounting or documentation issues typically create compliance concerns?
Compliance concerns. Is that related to qualification or what is that related to? If you can be, sorry, a little bit more specific.
Qualification.
Compliance concerns. I think it's more of a judgment call from what I understand. We look at your experience, staff experience, and then if it's more to argue if you're qualified for being at a level two or not getting approved on appraisals or some sort like that. I think it's more based off of a determination just based off your LPC. I think the experience used with working with your agency and then so forth, kind of going from there. If somebody else wants to chime in from our side, that can give maybe a better answer. But that's kind of what I took from that question.
We have another question from what are the requirements for the different qualification levels?
Just showing that you have adequate staffing and experience to be able to do that work. And obviously, you can't have one appraiser that can work on, you know, 15 projects at a time. You got to show that you are capable of handling the workload that you are signing up for, essentially, and have the experience to do so.
So another question is County and Ventura has their own real estate division. However, what if your design engineer on a specific project has hired a right-of-way sub-consultant to assist the appraisals and acquisitions to help our real estate team? Does that right-of-way sub-consultant have to be certified through Caltrans?
Can somebody help me out with that one?
Yeah, we don't, Caltrans doesn't qualify consultants. The agency is responsible to ensure that you're hiring consultants that meet the requirements to do that right-of-way work. So we don't have any kind of tie into your consultant. If you're qualified to do the work and for whatever reason you need to get, you need to subcontract because of availability or whatever of staffing, you're certainly within, your right to do so. But the ownership of those subcontracts with those consultants, they fall entirely on you. And you need to be the one to ensure that they're qualified.
Thanks, Jen.
Another question came through. Is it possible for a local agency to have more than one certified employee?
So you're not qualified as an employee, you're qualified as a whole agency together.
The number of qualified staff that you have could play into the level of qualification that you could get from Caltrans. The higher level qualification status allows you to work on multiple projects at one time. That's generally because you have usually more than one staff member that has the qualification levels. That we've looked at multiple resumes of those staff to see that you have that. So yes, you could have more than one qualified person that is assisting you to get a higher qualification status from Caltrans.
And then we have another question. Can level be changed before the renewal time?
Yes, and that would kind of go under the significant staffing changes. So if you do hire somebody that has um, more experience in one of the functions, you would go through the whole process again. And then once you're approved, I believe your 3-year time limit would reset, given that you have a new qualification.
And to follow up with everybody who's answered today, Chapter 13 of the LAPM has some information about qualifications, along with Chapter 17 of the Right-of-Way Manual. 17.5 and 17.6 more specifically. 17.5 is more for the local agency being qualified, and I saw Steve mention in chat, which brought this up. 17.6 is for consultant and for consultant qualifications. So highly encouraged to review those two chapters in their manuals respectively. All right, any more questions? How can we check our agency's qualification level?
And you would just contact your local programs coordinator, your respective local programs coordinator within your district. I'm sure they can check their files and see what you're qualified for.
Yeah, your LPC should have a list of every agency that's qualified within their district and what level. All right. Seeing no more questions, I think we can proceed on. All right. Thanks, Guggen. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Sorry, Carrie, the break wasn't too long.
That's okay. I just needed to catch my breath. You did a great job.
All right. Right back to Carrie.
Hi, everyone. I like to sing Eminem's song, but I thought maybe I shouldn't do that this early in the morning. What is it? Guess who's back? Back again. Anyways, let's see here. Okay, so partnering. We are discussing partnering next. So contracting with a qualified agency, I'm piggybacking on what Guggen was sharing. The district's right-of-way coordinator can assist the local agency with finding a qualified agency in its area. It is your responsibility, of course, but we're happy to assist. Just so you know, a written contract is required, and you may opt into entering into a contract with another qualified agency for some or all of your right-of-way work. So it doesn't necessarily have to be a consultant, but it can be another local agency as well. There is no need for a request for proposal or an RFP or request for qualifications. RFQ, a simple agreement will suffice. Okay, contracting with a consultant. So if you've explored the option of another qualified local agency and you have found it successful in securing their assistance, then you'll proceed with hiring a qualified consultant to perform your right-of-way activities. Chapter 10 of the LAPM goes into detail about the consultant selection, and Exhibit 13C offers direction regarding right-of-way specific contract selection. The district is available to participate in the consultant selection process, which includes reviewing and rating the proposals in order to find the most qualified consultant. And on a quick note, I have done that with one of our local agencies on a couple of occasions. I have been involved in looking at bid proposals and being part of the interview process as well. Ultimately, I don't make the decision. I am there to assist in these matters, but the local agency themselves would make that decision on their own. The federal government empowers you, the local agency, and makes the assumption that you'll follow the competitive selection process. Our manuals are for your reference, and although we are happy to participate in the selection process, as mentioned, we are not contract experts, nor are the folks in local assistance. Typically, you won't have your process reviewed during the active phase of your project or at invoicing, but keep in mind that the feds reserve the right to audit and can take action if you have failed to follow the appropriate requirements, procedures, and practices. Competitive bidding ensures you have a financially successful project while receiving the most reasonable price. Prior to soliciting bids, you'll need to 1. Define the scope of the consultant's work. For example, how many parcels do you need to appraise and acquire? Will you be impacting houses, apartments, or businesses? Will you need a relocation specialist or a goodwill appraiser? Will you be affecting farmland? Do you need fee rights or temporary rights? Will you be negotiating with other government agencies? These are all important aspects that are included. For example, if you are affecting the railroads can take 18 months to coordinate with and to move forward with work for a project. And you would want to know that, and you would want to incorporate that into your schedule. You'll also want to estimate the cost of the consultant's work. You'll determine the type of contract, typically project specific, and the method of payment. Will it be a cost plus a fixed fee, a cost per unit of work, specific rates of compensation, or will it be lump sum? Whether to seek bids on project by project or time-based method. The project by project method is used when you only have one project or an extensive project expected to last 3 or more years. With this method, the consultant performs the tasks exclusively on the project until completion. All of the contract types I mentioned are suitable for use with the project by project method. Okay, so let's see here next. So the request for proposal and request for qualifications are in the local assistance procedures manual, and it's in chapter 10. Keep in mind that the local agency is responsible for maintaining written documentation of the consultant selection process, your bid proposals that they're provided from the consultants, your interview notes, the ratings, etc. The local agency is also responsible for verifying necessary certificates, licenses, education, and experience to perform right-of-way functions. As Guggen had mentioned and Jen had mentioned previously, we are here to assist you, but it is ultimately you, the local agency's responsibility to make sure that your consultant is certified and is licensed and has the necessary qualified items in order to pursue and to do that, complete that right-of-way work. Please become familiar with the Uniform Act and the applicable CFRs so you can protect your agency and your projects. This is a huge investment in your agency and for your community also. You don't want to risk losing your federal funding for a technicality that could have been avoided. For example, the applicant should provide a copy of their license and education, but you need to verify that it's current. Especially in today's AI society, you definitely need to make sure it's current. Included in the slide are links to verify real estate and appraiser licenses. So if you'd like, please make sure to take a picture, a screenshot, handwrite these down. As you can see here, to verify a real estate license, you'll visit the BRE website, bre.ca.gov. To verify an appraiser's license, you're going to visit the orea.ca.gov website. These are great tools to have and to keep so that you aren't having to Google search how to verify someone's license. If you save those as your bookmarks, they're even more helpful. For real estate license, okay, I did mention that. I do have a few notes for you as far as how to get there if you'd like. So once you visit the BRE website for real estate licenses, from the Home tab, under the heading Essential Information, you're going to see a link to verify a real estate license. You're going to type in the individual or company's name or license number. That will give you whether or not that license is current. For an appraiser, when you visit that OREA website, you're going to click online services, and under that, click search for an appraiser. Again, you'll be able to determine if their license is still valid. The consultant must perform right-of-way functions to the same standards, practices, rules, and regulations as the local agency. Again, you are responsible for your consultant and for their work. The consultant is also responsible for record keeping. What this means is that the consultant must provide reasonable access to records and files during performance of these activities, and must also provide the local agency with all records and files at contract completion. So while I mentioned the consultant is responsible for record retention or record keeping, please keep in mind that once the contract is complete or the project itself is complete, the local agency is. So whether everything is piecemealed as the consultant completes it, or everything is sent over at the completion of the project, ultimately the local agency still is responsible to keep all of those records organized and retained. So the consultant, yes.
Sorry, Brenda Fusco, San Bernardino County. I just want to let everybody know that the appraisal, the website is brea.ca.gov, not OREA.
Oh, I'm so sorry. That was a typo. Thank you for catching that. My apologies, everyone. Thank you.
It used to be OREA, but several years ago they changed their name. So just needs to be
that's
updated.
where I got it from. Okay, good to know. Thank you very much. So I apologize, everyone. Thank you for catching that. I will update this for next year. So let's see. The consultant must have sufficient knowledge, experience, and expertise to perform right-of-way activities under the contract, knowledge of the Uniform Act and eminent domain law, and a minimum of 2 years experience in their field. Not only do we want them to have knowledge of the Uniform Act and eminent domain law, I think it's important. It's not a requirement, but I think it's very important that they also have familiarity with the Caltrans right-of-way manual, as well as the LAPM also. The expectation should be spelled out in the request that the consultants know what type of work they're bidding on. The scope of work is only half of it. How they perform to complete the work is where it can get you into trouble. Again, you as a local agency are responsible for your consultant's work. It's a good idea to know the technological abilities of the consultant and their ability to be transparent and accountable in documenting their right-of-way activities and record keeping. All consultants should have experience in partial acquisitions, to recognize damages to the remainders, which are somewhat unique to public projects. And on some projects, as I mentioned a little earlier in the presentation, sometimes you have something special like a goodwill appraiser. You do want to make sure that you have availability for someone of that nature, because those type of appraisals can be a little bit on the special side, and that's okay. They specialize in those. Okay. So the local agency staff responsibilities. You are contracting with the right-of-way project management consultant to manage the right-of-way contracts or contract the services of the qualified agency. There are 3 choices when it comes to managing consultants. The local agency itself, you contract with a right-of-way project management consultant, or you contract with a qualified agency directly. The contract manager is not the one that is performing the actual right-of-way activities, but is overseeing the work of the licensed professionals. So they do not have to be licensed in the same manner. The contract manager ideally should have the following background. You want them to have a strong professional experience in the functional areas under the contract, your appraisals, acquisitions, utility relocations, etc. That they are familiar with the project and contract objectives. That they have an understanding of management expectations. Experience with the contract process. The ability to communicate effectively, and strong organization skills and record keeping, just to name about a handful or so. It's very important to have a selection process that covers all the needs of the project. You don't want to cover some items and not all of them. Hire your consultant, get into the nitty-gritty and find out, oh, wow, they're missing this aspect or this concept. That's not something any of us want to encounter, right? So make sure that you're thorough early on so that you don't encounter any of these issues. Please keep in mind that the actions or performance of a consultant could result in the loss of federal reimbursement for the project. It's not as simple as saying, oh, well, the consultant didn't do this or the consultant didn't do that. It doesn't matter. You as the local agency are responsible for their actions. That's why it's so important that you do your background work prior to hiring a consultant. Noncompliance with the Uniform Act and CFRs could result in not only denial of reimbursement of the right-of-way activities, but it could influence the project in its entirety, leaving the local agency burdened with the entire financial responsibility. I know I sound like a broken record, but I want to make sure and drive it home that you understand how important it is that these are being followed so you don't have any issues with your federal reimbursement or your money down the road. To make matters worse, the local agency may be responsible for sanctions as well. This would have to be a pretty serious violation of the Uniform Act, and I'm sure these occurrences don't happen very often, but they can occur, and so you don't want to fall into that bucket. So when local assistants met with Sacramento to review audit findings related to consultant selection, not just for right-of-way, but in general, a number of items came to the forefront. Now, mind you, when this happened, this was some time ago. I'm working off a little bit of an older slide, but so I don't have a date for you. But keep in mind, this is something that we have encountered, and it is something that I think that hopefully at this point has been eliminated or significantly reduced. So a number of these items came to the forefront. The concerns were numerous, but to name a handful or two were a failure to prepare cost estimates before accepting proposals. The consultant selection panel members didn't complete the mandatory conflict of interest and confidentiality statements. There was a failure to advertise adequately. There was a failure to maintain original score sheets, not signed or dated. So as I mentioned, you want to keep those bid proposals. You want to keep your interview notes, all of those, and make sure, of course, they're date and signed. Also, some of the other items that fell underneath that were unallowable contract types, such as cost plus percentage of cost type contract. The executed contract differs from the contract type identified in the RPF or RFQ. The change of scope of work after award, but before the start date. The selection criteria and rates were not properly defined in the RFP or the RFQ. And the LAPM consultant contract reviewer checklist, which is Exhibit 10C, was not used. So a summary of major observations that found that local agencies with limited resources are seriously challenged to meet all FHWA related to the Brooke Acts, which involves choosing a consultant based on competency, qualifications, and experience rather than on price during the consultant contract process. So yes, dollar is important, but obviously we want to make sure that you're hiring, and you want to make sure ultimately that you're hiring the qualified, most experienced consultant that fits your needs for your project. Local agencies lack experience, such as cost estimating or negotiating consultant labor costs, and available training and delivery methods should be improved. So again, these were findings from some time ago. I'm confident that some of these have, if not all of them, have been addressed, and they're not issues that we would find in today. But please keep these in mind that these were things that we did encounter. If you need assistance in any way, please reach out to your local programs coordinator. I'm sure I speak for everyone when I say that I am an advocate for you. Yes, I'm a state employee. Yes, I'm here to protect the state and to be a liaison for the FHWA. But I want your projects to move on. I want your projects to serve, and I want you to be able to build these, not only for you, but for your community. And the only way I can do that is if for you to ask questions and to ask guidance when you encounter situations. Of course, I want you to do the legwork first, try to find what you can on your own. And then if you hit a wall, which it does happen, it happens to the best of us, please reach out to me. That's what we're here for. Okay. So make sure you're reaching out to your local agency, your local programs coordinator. So some recommendations to assist in better equipping the local agencies were to expand the federal aid series to include an in-depth consultant contract procurement model. I'm not sure if that's something that we have in progress, but hopefully so. And I think that would be an amazing tool for the local agencies as well. To provide webinars to be able to reach a wider audience at reduced costs and focus on critical mistake-prone areas. I think unfortunately, with COVID happening and whatnot, I will say one of the beauties that did come out of it is the online training. It's been wonderful. And so we've been able, this is a perfect example, we're able to present statewide. Now, we might have been doing that prior to COVID virtually, but a lot of our training has expanded to virtual training. And I think that's been a wonderful benefit, should I say, to having, unfortunately deal with COVID, that this is something that I think that we've probably improved upon. Actually, I wouldn't say probably, we have improved upon, not only for the local agencies, for the consultants, but for even us internally as well. And so with that is the end of my slideshow. Are there any questions?
Yes, we got one in chat. Is there any specific templates for interviews to take notes or an agency to use as their own?
Ooh, that's a great question. I am not sure. We can look into that and find out. When I was on the panel for this other local agency, they had everything prepared and ready to go. So I am not certain. I'm not sure if any of my colleagues have encountered a template that we at Caltrans have. I would assume not, because we're technically not involved in the consultant selection unless you ask us to. But I don't know if anyone else has encountered any templates internally that they may be able to share, or if they've also had the same experience as me. You could also, I don't know how, I would hope, being team players and whatnot, you could reach out to one of your local agencies and see if they have templates that they would be willing to share with you. And hopefully they would, and you could use those as well. But as far as, I don't think Caltrans itself has actual templates, unless I'm misspeaking on that, since we don't deal with consultants ourselves.
I would suggest, each of your local agencies, just like Caltrans, you have a contracting office. That contracting office is following the public, the contracting, the PCC. I can't think of what the acronym stands for, but the contracting code. So you should be working very closely with your internal contracting office, so that, because there are specific contracting rules they have to follow. They're working very closely with your internal legal divisions to ensure that. So I think maybe that would be the place to go if you have, thank you, Michael, public contract code, PCC. But that's, when you're contracting out, that is your first source, is your internal public contracting office.
Thank you, Jen.
Thanks, Jen.
Thank you,
More any more questions for Carrie on this subject? And then Carrie, while we wait to see if there's any more questions, we're kind of ahead of schedule at the moment. So would you like to just keep rolling, since you're going to be presenting on the next subject as well?
Sure. I was actually looking forward to all the questions, one, because clearly I like to talk and I like to educate, but also it gave me a chance to pull up my second presentation. So I'm totally down. I'm happy to do that. I know I talk very fast, so I apologize to everyone for that. I'm trying to rein myself in. So I hope that all of you are keeping up. But again, all of this I know is provided to you as well. So if your hand can't keep up with the notes, at least you'll have the printouts, right? So,
right.
But okay, great. I'm ready to roll if you're good with that.
Yeah, no other questions popped up. So go on right ahead. Continue.
Okay. Perfect. All righty. So the last presentation that I'll be presenting today is in regards to right-of-way functions. Okay, so your right-of-way activities, this is your project development, and your preliminary appraisal work can begin after the preferred alternative has been selected. So you will hear us say you cannot begin right-of-way work prior to your approved environmental document, but there are preliminary right-of-way activities that are allowed, okay? So, but there are still rules to being able to proceed with those preliminary activities. So as I mentioned, the preferred alternate has been selected and that it's also been made public. The preliminary appraisal work includes identifying and verifying comparable sales, but in no way, shape, or form are you to contact the property owners, okay? We don't want you doing that. You can do the preliminary work behind the scenes, by looking at comparable sales, by looking at the market, but we do not want you contacting the property owners, whether that's via in writing or stepping out on their property, etc. So as I mentioned, NEPA approval is required prior to regular right-of-way activities, and those right-of-way activities include appraisals, your acquisition of property rights, your relocation of occupants, utility relocations, and any sort of railroad involvement. Preliminary right-of-way activities, or the preliminary engineering phase. All right-of-way studies necessary to achieve your NEPA happen in the early stages of the project development process. So that's where you're evaluating project right-of-way requirements, you're doing your field reviews for the project limits, your location, including your existing utilities, your potholing, your scope, your cost, and any additional right-of-way required. Sometimes you find issues that pertain to right-of-way very early on. You may find improvements that you didn't anticipate. And so it's wonderful to have the ability to do that when you're doing these field reviews. It's not always something that happens as far as finding issues, but it is a wonderful tool in order to help prevent issues down the road because you're aware of them early on. And it doesn't just pertain to right-of-way, it can pertain to other divisions as well. So one of the other activities is the right-of-way cost estimate. We want you to provide this with as much accuracy as possible. I understand sometimes things are still a little tentative. We want you to provide anything and everything that you can with the information that you have. The more information you provide, the better you're able to move forward with your cost estimate, the less questions we may have for you. So the more information you have and the more accurate it is, the better. Please keep in mind with your right-of-way cost estimate, your first one is not your first and your last. You are required to update them as more information presents itself, or annually, so once a year, whichever happens first. So things are subject to change, and that's okay. But again, make sure they're accurate as possible. The work involving contact with the property owners for purposes of negotiation and relocation assistance must normally be deferred until after the NEPA approval. So as I mentioned, you can do your sales research behind the scenes early. I'm sorry? I thought I heard someone say something. Okay. So yes. So again, you don't want to contact property owners. That is a big no. Okay. So you want to complete your preliminary right-of-way engineering form, PERW, or the LAPM Exhibit 13E. This is the companion document to the preliminary environmental study document, your PES. As I said, I know sometimes it seems redundant or it feels like it's just another document for you to complete. But from my perspective as the local programs coordinator, it has been a huge tool for me, not only to understand what the project entails, what to expect, but also how can I better assist you? And then also early engagement. Initial notification to the district right-of-way office of an upcoming project. And then early engagement allows for right-of-way staff to develop an oversight plan for review of the right-of-way deliverables. So again, I'm here to guide you and to assist you. And the more information I know, the better I can assist you with. Early coordination will save time when it is time to deliver the right-of-way certification for. Okay, so your right-of-way phase work. Now that you're aware of your roles and responsibilities, it's important that you pay careful attention to detail when commencing your right-of-way work. Do your homework and ensure that prior to performing any right-of-way work in any of these phases, that you understand how the Uniform Act and CFRs apply. So when performing the right-of-way activities, please keep in mind to protect yourself and document. We want you putting everything in your diary. Of course, when you put everything in your diary, please remain professional. These are discoverable and they can be brought into court. And with the Public Records Act, anybody can request them. And so if you go in and say, man, this person was such a headache, I can't believe this, that, and the other, and this is what you put in your diary, that's discoverable. And you don't want that. So be very professional, be concise, try to leave feelings out of it, and just state, paraphrase, parentheses, what you're experiencing with these property owners if there's something, for example, that you've encountered. Okay. And it's not just with property owners, it's in general, other divisions that you're working with. When you're speaking to me or you're speaking to your local programs coordinator, you want to document all of that as well. Okay. I don't know about you, but I swear if my head wasn't attached, I would leave it behind. So it's important that you document so that you remember and you can go back and recall conversations that were had. Okay. So start every phase of the right-of-way work with a diary. As I mentioned, you want to document everything. If you have a consultant or a combination of consultants, it is your responsibility to keep the records complete, detailed, and organized. That is a document that I will request and review as part of my real-time monitoring in regards to your project when I'm involved in doing all of my reviews. That is something I'm going to review. It's something that I may have comments on. Again, make sure you're documenting. So just because your project closes doesn't mean that you're done. Although there are record retention schedules that you must adhere to, it's a smart practice that the agency keep their records long after ribbon cutting of their project. So as Jen mentioned, there are procedures, or there's federal laws that require a certain time frame that you keep them. But you want to make sure that you just hold on to them. Yes, it's taking up space, but it's okay. We are actually going electronic. So if you have the ability to save your documents electronically, I would recommend doing that. That could also be an option. So some of the right-of-way phase work, which I did not mention here, is that on the slide, we mentioned appraisals, we mentioned acquisitions, relocation assistance, utility relocation, railroad coordination, property management, which typically includes clearance and demolition, your right-of-way certification, project closeout on record retention, and excess lands management. Not all of these are applicable to every project, but most of these are. Okay. So your federal authorization E76. Please use Exhibit 3B Field Review Form and Exhibit 3C Estimate Form from the LAPM to request federal authorization on the right-of-way phase. The E76 allows local agencies to pay for the right-of-way staff or hire right-of-way consultants working on the right-of-way issues. Without the E76, you as the agency cannot get federal reimbursement on costs incurred by the property owner, such as the $5,000 appraisal reimbursement cost or relocation design costs incurred by the utility owner, etc. So please make sure those forms are completed. If federal aid is sought for any phase of the project, all right-of-way activities must conform to federal regulations or federal requirements. So as I mentioned in a previous slide or in a previous presentation, it doesn't matter where that money is. You have $1 in construction, we're involved, and you want to make sure that you're conforming to the federal requirements. It could be somewhere in environmental. It doesn't matter. Anywhere on that project, you want to make sure you're following all those federal requirements, okay? So please note, if any of the right-of-way activities are performed prior to your authorization, those activities are normally ineligible for reimbursement. Also, if you try to perform any right-of-way activities prior to your approved NEPA or your approved environmental document, those are not federal reimbursable. So please do not work on those activities until you have your E76 and also your environmentally approved document. Estimating. Okay, so estimation must be prepared for all transportation projects. For highway projects, the estimate is the right-of-way data sheet or the cost estimate I mentioned a little earlier, and you can find it in our right-of-way manual in Chapter 17. For local assistance projects, you'll use the right-of-way data sheet in the LAPM Chapter 4. The right-of-way data sheet provides an analysis of how many properties will need to be acquired, the type of acquisitions needed, if any, if displacements are to occur, how much time is needed, what personnel are necessary for the different areas, and utility relocations and liability. So again, this is a document that you are going to fill out with as much accuracy and information as possible. And you are to update it annually or when new information arises, whichever is first. Estimates need to be updated when there are changes to the scope of work, your method of construction, and or more information has become available, just as I mentioned. It must be updated annually, if not sooner, depending on your market. So even if the market changes, but nothing else has, you want to update your right-of-way data sheet and you want to submit that for our review and our approval, okay? And it must be done by a real estate professional. If the project uses incentive payments, be sure to include the capital costs in the estimate as well. So you do want to include those incentive payments. Okay, with that, that is the end of my presentation. It came to the end pretty quickly. So thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Carrie. We do have a few questions.
Great.
The first question was, can a right-of-way agent be a sub to the design consultant?
Can a right-of-way agent be a sub to a design consultant? I don't understand the question. You mean like basically do the work of the design? Because no. You have your design engineers, and then you have your right-of-way agents. So those are two separate functions, two separate people typically. I've never seen the same person do both. Now, I would say if you're qualified, I mean, if you have an engineering license, you might be able to do that, but I've never seen that. I've always seen it separate. You have to be qualified, obviously, to do the engineering, right? And if you are, that might be an exception. But as far as right-of-way agent, oh, sir, let me step back. So are you talking from the consultant perspective, or are you talking from the local agency perspective? I guess it really doesn't matter, right?
Yeah.
I guess it doesn't
Yeah.
matter. So no, I would recommend no. I mean, if you're going to be a right-of-way agent, be a right-of-way agent. If you're going to be an engineer on the on the design side of it, do that. I wouldn't intermingle the two. I don't know if there's necessarily anything that says don't do it, but I would strongly recommend not doing that. Stick to one.
I'm trying to, Carrie, I'm sorry, Dinner. I'm just trying to think. Maybe they're thinking that a right-of-way agent can help in, well, there you go.
Help with what? I'm sorry, Michael.
I was just going to say, yeah, how a design of a project might impact a piece of property or damage a piece of property, designing it in those
okay.
terms. And I don't know if that's what she's writing here.
That makes sense to me. That makes sense. If that's the case, if you're talking as far as like as a right-of-way agent, you're like, hey, I know this area, I know this project, I know these parcels, I know these property owners. Not, obviously, we haven't gone on and talked to them yet, but and you know that you have helpful information. Yes, please share that with your design engineer. That is the way to do it. They see things from Google Earth, and we see things from a different perspective, and any information you can share is wonderful. I know that we've encountered it where you, as an acquisition agent, you go out and you meet with a property owner and they share some different things with you. And they say, for example, well, we built this tree, or we didn't build this tree. We buried this tree in honor of someone. Is there any way that something can be done here? You could tell the design, hey, is there any way we can move the line in a couple of feet so we aren't impacting this tree? And if the project allows for, by sharing that with the design engineer, there may be an opportunity to be able to move that design line in so that you aren't affecting that tree. And then in that case, you don't have to worry about relocating, paying them for it. They still have that sentiment behind that tree. And so if that was your question, I hope it was. Thank you, Michael, for that perspective. I would say, yes, you definitely can do that.
I have another, I have also another example where it might be the case that a design consultant is hiring a subcontracting to a right-of-way consultant. I have a local agency right now who they've hired their design consultant also as their project management consultant in general. And they have one semi-small right-of-way need. And this design/project management consultant has a right-of-way sub-consultant that they typically use. And so that sub-consultant will be doing and they are a qualified right-of-way professional. They will be doing the right-of-way work for that one small right-of-way issue that particular project has. So you have a case where you have a project management/design consultant. The city needed a right-of-way consultant, one right-of-way consultant for one issue, and the design/project management consultant is the one procuring the right-of-way consultant. Does that make sense?
Yes. Awesome. Thank you, Melody. Thank you, Michael.
All right, we had another question in the meeting chat that was answered, but just to reiterate, make sure your questions are being put in the question and answer box. And again, you can find that below on the bottom of the Zoom workplace screen. That way we can kind of keep track of all the questions in one spot and we're not having to jump back and forth between the chats. But just to read the question out loud so everybody's aware and the answer, regarding diary, is it recommended to refrain from any mention of personal info such as name, phone, or email? And our own Rita Harris answered that it is correct to have the contact's information in there in case the file gets transferred to someone else. Obviously, you don't want to have any personal information, like birthdays or like social security numbers in there, but just the basic contact info for the property owner. And there was another question. If the project is not impacting right away, there isn't a need for right away entry because it's within the city right away. Which form do we need to submit?
So I think I saw the answer pop up, and it typically would be a 13A. But what I would say is, are the utility relocations involved? Because if there are utility relocations involved, you may still be doing a 13B, but everything is basically just non-required or zero for all of the other questions. So that would be dependent upon the utility situation as well. But if you have no utility relocations and you have no right of way, then yes, a 13A would be your document.
Yeah, and I just saw Steve respond to them. And the utility complex, if it's just a manhole cover just to grade or a vault box being adjusted to grade, those are pretty simple relocations and those can be used with a 13A. However, anything more than that, you'll have to be using a 13B.
Awesome. Thank you, Robert. And by the way, I'm a visual learner, so the fact that I can't see these questions and I'm trying to answer them based on what I'm hearing, I'm sorry if when you answer a question, it doesn't make sense with my answer. I'm processing as I'm trying to listen to the questions. So I appreciate all the questions that have come in.
All right. Another one, what is a typical time frame for a local agency to apply and have funding programmed for the right-of-way E76?
Ooh, that's a great question. And I am not certain, since my local assistance contact is the one who typically deals with that. I don't deal with the E76s myself. So I'm not sure if one of my colleagues can elaborate or answer that for you.
I don't think we can. I think we're going to have to defer to local assistance and your local assistance engineer that you work with. I'm not sure about the time frame for the E76 approvals.
Perfect. Thanks, Jen.
Thanks,
I
Jen.
love that you're my quarterback. Like, you've been supporting me and helping answer my questions in the background. So I appreciate it. I mean, all of you have, but Jen, thank you. Thank you all.
All right, another question. Hi, Carrie. Regarding contacting the property owner before the NEPA approval, the environmental document will disclose potential impacts resulting from the project, including potential right-of-way acquisition needed. We've had projects where the owners will attend the public meetings during environmental circulation. Any guidance on what we can say or not say when engaging the owners or tenants during the public meeting?
That's a good question. My understanding is with public hearings, you're talking about the project specific. You're not necessarily talking about individual parcels per se, not to say that doesn't happen, but I would recommend if at a public hearing you have a property owner that comes up to you and has questions about the environmental, and correct me if I'm wrong, colleagues, I believe we can share that information with the property owner. If the property owner is like, hey, like, I have these concerns, and they want to make sure that you are aware of it, but you're there from an environmental perspective or you're there from a design perspective and you don't have a right-of-way person there, I would take all of those notes down, find out who your right-of-way contact is, and provide that information to the right-of-way agent, at least maybe even the senior, someone in right-of-way, so that way that function right away basically is aware of those concerns and aware of those issues so that they can be addressed once we get to that phase. But if you're talking about like environmental impacts to certain property owners, I believe if we haven't had the approved environmental document, I don't know. Actually, I say we could share that. I don't think we should, because things can change. Things can change. We're still in the process of reviewing it. So honestly, until we have an approved document, I don't know if that's something we really should share with them unless someone here feels differently. Just because I would hate for you to share that with a property owner and say, oh, well, what we found so far on our impact is X, Y, and Z, only to find out with further research or further investigation that there was a solution, and or maybe that information wasn't correct to begin with, or information had changed.
All right. Are there any more questions for Carrie?
If I can just add something really quick. I think the key word is negotiations. The CFR references to you can't start negotiations with property owners. It's a little bit of a gray area, but there are public meetings where it's very clear on the mapping that somebody's home is impacted. So there's really no way around that because it is, that's the purpose of the public meeting is you're disclosing what's happening. And but the key word in the regulations is negotiations. You can't start that negotiations. So like Carrie mentioned, if they have comments, you certainly can, research, take questions down, give them the general information. And like she mentioned, that there could still be changes to things. I think it's just a matter of just knowing, keep that line of communication open with those property owners. But you definitely don't want to start any kind of negotiations. If they're looking for general information about how this process may work, certainly you can give them, that there'll be an appraisal, there'll be an acquisition, you'll have an agent, but you don't want to get into any specifics about how those impacts may be occurring on their property.
That's great. And they may say, well, my property is worth this and I bought it for this. Okay, well, you'll discuss that with your acquisition agent when they reach out to you.
Yes.
Awesome. Well, no questions came in while Jen was talking, so I think we can wrap it up there. Thank you so much, Carrie. So if Michael is ready, we can proceed with the appraisals portion of today's training.
Yeah, I'm ready. How's my screen look? Just real quick.
Perfect.
All right, hold on.
Hear you too, so you're good.
Okay, hold on one second. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Mike Guzman. I'm a senior in headquarters appraisals. I've been with Caltrans close to 20 years now, and I've been with headquarters probably about 8 years. So I'm going to turn my video off. I just wanted to say hi, and so I'll turn my video off. But okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit about appraisals. It's chapter 7 in the right-of-way manual. I think that there's been a lot said by Carrie and Jennifer on some of the stuff regarding appraisals already. A lot of good information being shared. So hopefully, I might have to repeat some of that stuff, but hopefully I'll have some new information for you as well. So like I said earlier, U.S. Constitution, like it's been mentioned earlier, U.S. Constitution, California Constitution, Uniform Act, Code of Federal Regulations all require a property owner to be compensated when property is being taken or damaged for public use. The common term that we've all heard is just compensation. So what is the purpose of the appraisal? Well, it's to ensure compliance with the state and federal laws. And the purpose is to estimate the fair market value of the interests to be acquired, whether those interests are temporary, permanent, or easements, such as drainage easement, utility easement. All those interests need to be analyzed and compensated for. Like I said, mentioned earlier, fair market value has traditionally been held in courts as the measure of just compensation. And the basic document that the appraisal process that we're after is typically the appraisal report. So, like it says here on the screen, it's a written statement, independent, uh, independently prepared by a qualified appraiser. The two key points in this definition, number one, it's an opinion of value, and number two is that it's as of a specific date. That date, usually 99% of the time, is the last date of inspection. So um, the appraisal report is, or the appraisal, the appraiser also is involved in many functions of right of way. Estimators have to have, they don't have to be appraisers, but they do have to have a basic knowledge of real estate principles. That's in the right of way manual. Appraisals is involved in the acquisitions, it's involved in relocation, property management, excess lands. So it's part of many functions in the right-of-way process. So it's a critical document that needs to be complete and reliable in order to get your project certified. So it's not an exact science, but it needs to be based on market evidence and sound reasoning. So, as mentioned earlier, no appraisal activities can be started prior to environmental clearance. So, appraisers are after what is known as market value. In a broad definition, it is what a property should normally sell for, assuming a willing buyer and a willing seller. In the work we do, Caltrans, there's two parts to it. There's an A and a B. The A part is what most most appraisals will rely on, which is fair price, highest price paid, willing buyer, willing seller. There is a B part that can be invoked, so to speak. And there are certain properties that the normal appraisal process cannot, there's no really appropriate way to appraise something and through the normal appraisal process. And that, for example, is maybe a railroad appraisal where a different methodology is being used than the typical three approaches to value. So you as an agency, you're going to select appraisers to do your right-of-way activities. You should exercise some care in selecting these firms. They need to demonstrate their professionalism, their competency, and their positive reputation based on experience. And regarding competency, there is a shortage of appraisers these days. There's a lot of appraisers are retiring, and there's really, not as many new appraisers entering the field. And add to that, on top of it, that eminent domain work is a specialty type of work, and getting and finding qualified appraisals that can do eminent domain work can be difficult. So, in order for them to be competent, they have to have experience in eminent domain work, experience in valuing severance damages and benefits, experience using the before and after analysis and methodology to look at projects. So there is a job aid. It's a great tool. I think it's one of your handouts that's been given to you. It's got a really thorough 6 pages of what to expect and what to review and what to discuss with your appraiser. So I highly recommend that you print that out and use it as a reference tool for your projects. So appraisal requirements. very quickly, you should notify all property owners need to be notified in writing. I think they've talked about that already. Property owners must be invited to accompany the appraiser during property inspection, and that we are willing to reimburse them for up to $5,000. Um, agencies can consider completing dual appraisals on a certain piece of property if I'll say if the just compensation amount is over $500,000 in value, that I think the agency can consider getting two appraisals. So keep in mind that if you decide to do two appraisals, um, that they have to be separate and fully independent in analysis and conclusions. So, you're going to deal with, and you cannot it also has to be reviewed, and it can't be reviewed by the same review appraiser. So if you're doing two dual appraisals, you're talking about dealing with a total of four appraisers. And, that can be a headache in itself, because each appraiser has their own opinion. It's tough enough dealing with just a review appraiser and an appraiser. So, that might be an added level of frustration. Um, so if you do dual appraisals and one comes in higher than the other, what does that mean? How do you deal with that? Do you just choose the highest one? Because our market definition says the highest price paid, and our answer to that is no. You need to pick the appraiser or the appraisal that best address the valuation question and is most credible. And that can be subjective, but hopefully there is a better report that's clearer and addresses the question that needs to be answered. So local agencies are going to be involved with the scope of work. And it's agency driven. You're going to meet with the appraiser, and there's going to be a lot of discussion on the general parameters of the appraisal reports. You're going to help them walk them through what the project entails. They're going to have questions, and this is going to help the appraiser determine, what types of data he's going to need for the various properties. What's the extent of construction work that's going to be done on certain properties? How much area is going to be taking? The time, if there is a temporary construction easement, the duration of the TCEs. All TCEs must have a start and end date. It's required by Caltrans that the start and end date be cited in the report. Um, you're going to discuss with the appraiser the types of approaches to value. Not all appraisal assignments need to have the three approaches to value. Uh, the level of inspections that certain properties may have to have, not all appraisers, some appraisals just can be done, with a visual inspection from the roadway, where others are going to have a more in-depth inspection. If we're damaging improvements, they're going to want to get in and inspect the improvements and the quality of construction and the condition of those improvements. So scope of work is a real partnership between the agency and the appraiser. We at Caltrans will only accept complete appraisal reports. So I said no. So I say no restricted appraisal reports. So we want the full picture in the appraisals. You want to see the full picture. You don't want to have to read between the lines on what the appraiser is saying in the report. So if you see words like, um, data, if the appraiser talks about data retained in the files or analysis, based on his opinion, or if he's referencing anything that isn't cited in the report, that's not what we want to see. We want to see the complete picture. If they did an analysis, or if they have certain support for adjustments, or or whatever it might be, conclusions, we want it needs to be in the report. Anything less is unacceptable. So project influence, a lot of Caltrans projects, and I'm sure a lot of local agency projects, when we talk about project influence, we're saying, well, it says here, disregard the project in the before and consider in the after. And that's it in a nutshell. But a lot of projects that we work on are controversial, and it may take a year, 2, 3 years before a project is made public until when that project begins construction. And in that 3 year period, that project that it's known to the public, there have been properties that have sold in the area, and there might be future comparables for when the appraisal is done. Well, it's the appraiser's responsibility to weed out some of those sales may or may not have been impacted by our project or your project. And we have to disregard any sale that may have been influenced by your project or a Caltrans project. So of course, the owner is going to want the higher value if the project influence is positive. Well, the appraiser has to ignore that. On the other side of that, the owner should not be penalized for your project. So it's like a double-edged sword, you know. But the appraiser has to weed out any possible sales that might have been influenced by our project. And they just need to have a two-line sentence in the appraisal that project influence, none of the sales cited in the report had any project influence. That's all it takes. So, and finally, an appraiser, I think it said before, we want to keep a diary entry of all of the appraisal activities, notifications, or contacts with the property owner.
Hey, Michael.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, before we move on, there's a question that popped up
Sure.
that's relative a little bit to the last slide. We
Sure.
asked, what are some examples of restricted appraisals?
Well, like I said, that some appraisal reports will clearly state it's a restricted appraisal. And that has to be, right off the bat, it cannot say a restricted appraisal report. But a restricted appraisal report in general is just one that does not have the full analysis and conclusions in the report, where they're just, where they talk, like I said earlier, where they just talk about how, they've got information that they're retaining in the files, and in your mind you're thinking, well, what's this information? If there's information that it should be in the report. I don't know if that answers the question, but it's just we want the full picture. Like I said, we don't want to have to read between the lines as to what the appraiser is, what he's saying in the report. Does that make sense? I hope it does.
It does to me.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So real quick, appraisal criteria. It should contain the following items: physical and legal descriptions, location, zoning, present use, highest and best use analysis. That's a whole separate topic. 5 year sales history. We want to know what the previous history is. Has the property ever been listed for sale within the last year or so? It should also have all relevant, reliable approaches to value. 3 approaches are sales comparison, income, and cost approaches. Not every appraisal assignment you're going to need the income or cost approach. Sales comparison approach, 99.9% of the time, it's going to have a sales comparison approach. If 2 or 3 of the income approaches are used, then there has to be a reconciliation of those approaches to one final value. There needs to be a description of the comparable sales, source and method of financing. I have verification, and it needs verification by a party involved in the transaction. and I have verification underlined because verification is critical. It gets to the motive of the buyer and the seller. Verification means that the appraiser has talked to the buyer or the seller, or I'll say the real estate agent. That would be somebody privy to the transaction. Verification is not just a deed reference. It's not that that they verified it with the assessor. It's not that they have verified it with Land Vision. All that, the Land Vision deed references, all those two items just say that a property sold. The appraiser has to get more in depth as to what the motivation was behind the sale. Was there any special financing? Was there any expenditures before or after the sale? What was the motivation, like I said, of the buyer? What is his intended use of the property? All those things are critical, and they only come through verification of the transaction. So. Then finally, well, also value the property to be acquired. You have to, value the partial acquisition and then examine any damages or benefits to the remainder. And then also the appraisal has to have effective date of value, date of the appraisal, signature, and appraiser certification. So real quickly, effective date of value, that is the date of value of the report. I mentioned earlier, it's 99% of the time going to be the date of the last inspection versus the date of the appraisal. That's the date that the appraisal was finished and the appraiser signed the report. So those are two separate dates. So the review appraiser's role. Basically, the review appraiser's role is, are you as the agency getting what you need and what you've paid for? You need an appraisal report that you can take out to the property owner and present as fair market value. Does that report address all the issues that need to be addressed? So it's basically a critical examination of how the appraisal was prepared. And a review appraiser examines the presentation and analysis of all appraisal reports. So the level of review is going to depend on the complexity, the appraisal problem, and the acquisition. So it's not just a one size fits all approach. And it means more than just checking to see if the math is correct. It's, examining the reasoning and the credibility of the analysis. So, if there's more than one appraiser involved in an assignment, you want some consistency between appraisal reports as well. So I think it's important that, you as the agency and the appraiser or the appraisal firm discuss how these reports are going to be prepared. You don't want to just, say, for example, if you have a 60 parcel project, you don't want to just assign one appraiser to do parcels 1 through 30, and then the second appraiser does parcels 31 through 60. What you want to do is you want to give all of the commercial assignments to one appraiser, and say all the residential or vacant land assignments to another appraiser. That way you've got some consistency between reports, between commercial and residential or land reports. So that's important. Waiver valuations. So says can be used in lieu of an appraisal and when value is less than 15,000 and considered uncomplicated. So it says does not qualify as an appraisal and can be used merely for documentation for support of the amount of just compensation to be paid to the property owner. And waivers cannot be used in eminent domain proceedings. So the main thing I want to say about waivers is that they are not appraisals. And so there's no standard format for how waiver valuations are done. And they don't have to be prepared by appraisers. Uh, I'm hoping that the waiver is being prepared by someone that's knowledgeable with real estate, but they don't have to be certified appraisers. So I guess what Caltrans is trying to say is make sure you as a local agency are getting what you paid for. So if you've contracted with an appraisal firm to do appraisal reports and they're giving you waivers, just make sure you understand that what you're getting is not an appraisal report. So if your contract says that you are entitled to get appraisal reports and they're starting to give you waivers, you might want to say, you know what, we were contracted for appraisals, and this is something, it's a lesser product, so to speak. So it's another tool in the toolbox. As a licensed appraiser myself, I'm kind of shy away from waivers, but we understand that, the need and the purpose of them. And it is, like I said, another tool in the toolbox for the appraisal firm to use. Um, but I think at Caltrans, we don't want the dollar amount to dictate the assignment, and we don't want the schedule to dictate the assignment. We want we want the proper product for what the appraisal assignment calls for. So don't just because it's the value is going to be under 15,000, it doesn't automatically say, okay, waivers for anything under 15,000. That needs to be driven by the type of assignment that the project or the property presents. So, um, also, if you're sending out a notice of decision to appraise and you do a waiver, well, we've already messed up. If there's going to be a waiver done, there needs to be a notice of a decision to inspect, not a notice of decision to appraise. So that has to be watched carefully. So on how the appraiser, what notices they send out to the property owners. So setting just compensation. It is it's the responsibility of the local agency to set just compensation, and the appraiser, we estimate fair market value, and it's believed to be just compensation, but the final determinant or the final decider is the agency. So why might a local agency exceed offer to the property owner, exceed an amount in excess of fair market value? Well, if a property is difficult to value accurately, that might dictate that if there's very few sales or there's some, there's not a clear picture as to what its true value is, that might dictate a local agency going above fair market value. If there's been recent court awards that indicate uh, that there might be a higher value, that might be taken into consideration as well. Cost of litigation, risk of trial, those are other instances where you might consider going above the appraised fair market value. And also, if there is a minimum value, if the agency's decided that they're going to have a minimum just compensation amount of $1,000, some appraisals, some areas that you may acquire might just be a few feet on one property owner, and when the appraisal comes in, it's only a couple $100, and it's like, well, we're just gonna say across the board $1,000 minimum. So there's another example of the agency determining what the minimum just compensation is going to be. So, and then finally, you can change the amount, but there has to be a statement signed by an employee that you know authorizes that. Oh, So that's my just a couple final thoughts. I think it was mentioned earlier how long an appraisal is good for. Good answers there. I agree with everything that was said. The appraisers, my final bit of advice is, the appraisers' two favorite words are it depends. It's going to depend on, the market and the type of property that we're talking about. But good communication between the appraiser, the design staff. Let me stop sharing, and I'll turn my video back on. Just good communication between, the local agency, the designer. You're going to want their appraiser's going to want to know the extent of damages, duration of TCE, driveway relocations, if there's any drainage issues, utility relocations, all those things, need to be fleshed out in the scope of work. Maybe there's going to have to be some surveying needed to get a better picture of how the damages to a piece of property. And then finally, the earlier the better. Design changes can be costly and create delays. So yeah, so that's it. If there's any questions.
Yes, we have a couple.
Mm.
The first one is, so I don't understand why a waiver is not a restricted appraisal. Can you help me with that?
Well, a waiver is not even an appraisal. I think that is the thing. A waiver it has a very little information in it, and so an appraisal is a specific, has some specific criteria. A waiver is just basically looking at sales in the area. I don't even know, you don't even have to cite certain sales or anything like that. So it is just not, it's just not considered an appraisal, you know.
It's basically an acquisition at an arm's length transaction. Both
Mm,
parties are willing.
hmm
It's to say that there's no challenge, there's no threat of legal action
hmm
because we're not going to condemn using a waiver valuation.
Yeah, right. hmm
So it's just two people talking about right away, and essentially, if the project needs this property, they're going to have to go
Yeah.
back and do a full-blown appraisal that satisfies that requirement for condemnation.
Yeah, but if the appraiser sends out a notice of decision to appraise and then it decides, oh, we're going to do a waiver, well, that's a conflict right there. So they would have to resend out notice of decision to inspect and start the process over. So waivers just they have barely any analysis. You don't even have to do an analysis of sales or anything. So it just doesn't meet the criteria of an appraisal. But it's a tool that you can use. I get the theory behind it. There's some very simple, non-complex parcels that, why spend the full boat, doing a full analysis and a full appraisal when it's just going to be a simple acquisition, or it seems simple. But and so I get the use of it and it's a tool, but some appraisers won't touch them. So
All right. If there's any more questions for Mike, please submit them into the question and answer chat box. While we wait and see on that, Ian, I do see your question. I think that might be better fitted for the next presentation. So I'm gonna hold off on that. Um, and then Karen, your question to Michael is if there's any possibility of eminent domain, then makes sense to proceed with appraiser apologies,
yeah,
with appraisal versus waiver evaluation.
yeah, I would say that's absolutely the truth.
That was a
Um,
statement.
yeah,
Okay. Sorry, I read that as a question. That's more of a
yeah, I
statement.
see that. Yeah,
My bad. Um, All right. I do not see any more questions popping up. So, Michael, appreciate it.
All
Thank you very
righty.
much.
I'm sticking around.
So, with that, we can move on to our next presenter, Melody Bagtalia, with her presentation of acquisitions in Title VI.
Good morning, everyone. It's still morning, yes. Good morning, everyone. Appreciate you being here. My name is Melody Battaglia. I am in District 12 local programs, right-of-way local programs. My background, I've been at Caltrans for a long time, and I have spent short amounts of time in utilities and relocation assistance, but I spent about 10 years. Oh, did I mention I'm in District 12, which is Orange County, for those of you who don't know? I spent about 10 years in acquisitions back when we were widening the 5, which was a huge, huge project through Orange County. And now I've been in local programs for over 8 years. So I really, I enjoy local programs. I enjoy working with the local agencies. I want to echo what a few people before me have said, which is reach out to us. The earlier, the better, the more often, sometimes the better. We would much rather, as a group, I think, brainstorm solutions and have to fix problems when you guys are up against your deadlines. So please reach out to us. I know you are receiving that list of contacts per district. I highly, highly recommend you use it. So that's my story. Let's see, let me share my screen here. Can you see it?
Yeah, you're good, Melody.
Okay, I just had a bunch of stuff jump up for some reason. Give me 1 second to read. That was weird. Okay. Let's see. Here we go. All right. So I'm going to be discussing acquisitions and Title VI. We're actually going to start with Title VI. Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 prohibits discrimination based upon race, color, or national origin, including limited English proficiency. Every agency should have some sort of Title VI brochure that discusses Title VI rights. If you don't, Caltrans has some available in, I want to say there's 20 some odd languages we have available. So reach out to us if you come across one that your agency does not currently have that you need. You must deliver this brochure to property owners, tenants, and displacees. You also must document that. And I know that we've been discussing diaries a lot so far. Here's another one. Document that property owners, tenants, and displacees all received Title VI brochures. At Caltrans, the appraiser gives Title VI brochures, the acquisition agent gives Title VI brochures, and the relocation agents give Title VI brochures, even if the person who's contacted for the appraisal and the person who's contacted for the acquisition is the same person who's contacted for relocation assistance. They get the brochure 3 times, and it's all documented in diaries. In addition, there was a Department of Transportation mandate, we don't need to go through the number, that says that very specific Title VI language needs to be included in all right-of-way contracts, among other things. I'm going to show you right now where you can find that. It mentions 17.02.01.04 in the right-of-way manual. It's also To me, the easier place to find it is LAPM Chapter 13, Section 13.9. I don't know why that got cut off there, but I do want to show it to you because it's extremely important that you get this 100% correct. You use this exact language, and you use it in 2 different paragraphs like this. I know it might seem like nitpicking, but just trust us on this. So this is in section 13.9 of chapter 13 of the LAPM under the right-of-way acquisition, Title 6. These 2 clauses right here, copy them word for word, 1 clause, 2 clauses. Let me remove that. Let's see, we'll go on to acquisitions now. Okay. The acquisition agent shall contact property owner in person when safely possible. Now that we're fairly far out of COVID, it's expected that when at all possible, you make your, you initiate negotiations and make your offer in person. If that's not possible, the reason needs to be spelled out in the diary. They live 500 miles away. I have tried to contact them. I've left business cards that we've called, we've sent registered mail, whatever, and they have not contacted us. Whatever the reason is, please document it, but otherwise you are expected to do it in person. Promptly present the written offer of just compensation. The general rule of thumb for prompt is within 30 days of the appraisal approval. Now, Michael did mention in his presentation on appraisals that there's several different dates involved at the end of an appraisal, the date of valuation, but we're talking here about the appraisal approval. Again, if you cannot make the offer within 30 days of the appraisal approval, please document the reason why. There's many reasons. The grantor is on an extended vacation, or there could be many reasons, but just make sure that you document anything beyond 30 days after appraisal approval. Allow the owner sufficient time to consider offer. Again, a rule of thumb is about 30 to 60 days. However, that doesn't mean you show up, initiate negotiations, give them the offer, and then don't contact them again for another 60 days. That 30 to 60 days, also our rule of thumb too is you contact them 3 times minimum. Have you considered our offer? Did you have any other questions? A lot of times they will be getting their own appraisal. You can ask them what the status of that is. Document each and every one of these, but it is really important to just not like drop the offer and run. So give them time to consider the offer, but do touch base with them just to see if there's anything else that you can do or that you can help with, or if they have any additional questions that they thought of since the last time they spoke to you. And again, it's mentioning here verified delivery of the Title VI information in diary notes. This is how important that Title VI information is. Maintain signed and dated parcel diary with record of contacts. Now, that's not only contacts with the property owner, but sometimes the property owner will have a question, say, about, well, what are you doing in this corner of my property? So you go to your design people and say, hey, can you explain this? they do, and you go back to the property owner and tell them. Put your discussion with your design people in your diary as well. Anything that pertains to your negotiations with the property owner or helping them, any assistance that you give them should go in the parcel diary. Next slide. Agent and must be a different person from the appraiser unless it's under $15,000 and non-complex. That's mostly for a conflict of interest standpoint. The non-complex part of it, I do want to caution about the term non-complex. This is something that should be decided by, say, somebody who's familiar with appraisals or somebody who's familiar with these sorts of negotiations, because what might seem non-complex, oh, well, it's only $1,000. That alone doesn't make it non-complex. If it's $1,000 and it's contaminated with hazardous waste and there is personal property on it in the form of a storage shed or something like that, yeah, that's not really non-complex. So you can't necessarily go by the dollar amount. So make sure that you're using non-complex wisely if you're choosing to do that. You need to provide the owner with a summary statement describing the basis of valuation. We call that the appraisal summary statement. There are, in the Caltrans right-of-way manual, there are different exhibits depending on the type of appraisal, but we strongly suggest you use those and kind of tailor them to your agency. But you do need to give them a summary, an appraisal summary statement. There's another document called the summary statement relating to purchase of real property, which is a little bit more about their rights, but that is required to give to the grantors as well. That is in the right-of-way manual. That is Exhibit 8-EX-16. Also, you should know that according to the Streets and Highways Code, Section 102B, local agencies are to provide a copy of the appraisal to the property owner. Offer must be based on the full amount of the appraisal. It's really important. I know a lot of agencies use consultants. If a consultant performed the appraisal and say it came in at $100,000, the consultant cannot make the ultimate decision of just compensation. The offer must be at minimum the appraisal amount, but only an official of the local agency can determine what just compensation is. So most agencies that I've seen have a statement that is pre-prepared that the appraiser signs. This was my valuation, and then the whoever the established person is at the agency that is able to determine just compensation will sign. Yes, I determine that just compensation is $100,000. Only the local agency can do that. Consultants cannot make the final determination of just compensation.
Hey, Melody, we have a question in the chat.
Sure. Let me hold on.
Yeah, so the question is the appraisal summary statement sufficient, or does it need to be the full appraisal?
Well, according to the Streets and Highways Code, it's the full appraisal. It's Streets and Highways Code Section 102B if you want to look it up. And I think that, that is not listed in your handouts, but it's Streets and Highways Code Section 102B.
Perfect. And then we had another one pop up. As we understand, Title VI form is optional. Most property owners choose not to sign it. Should we note it on the property owner that note it that the property owner chose not to complete it?
Giving it to them is not optional. Them signing it is. But yes, document, if they don't want to sign it, just add that to your diary entry. But giving it to them is not optional.
Right. And then the next one was that summary statement reference 08EX16.
Yes. That's the one.
Perfect.
It's very wordy, but it is also very useful to sit, and I always found it's very useful to sit and go through that with a property owner, because it does explain some concepts surrounding this whole eminent domain thing that they've gotten involved in. And I found it's a good way to start discussions. It is pretty wordy though.
Okay.
Anything else?
She said it looks like it's missing from the website.
We have had that problem before. Let me make a note to get EX18. Let me make a note to make sure that you guys all get a copy of that. We have this problem off and on. My apologies.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Melody. I think oh, another one just popped up. Can you speak to incentive payment added to an offer?
So the incentive payment, and I really do suggest, mostly because I have done this, but I'm not super prepared to go into the nuts and bolts. What the incentive payment is, if they sign within a certain amount of time, the local agency is allowed to give them, for lack of a better way to put it, a signing bonus. The difference is the FHWA allows that. However, they do not participate in that. So that's the distinction. And any agency using that needs to be extremely careful that they follow the exact directions and the exact justifications for it that are in the right-of-way manual. Does that sort of answer your question?
Something to add. Really quick, I just want to add on the incentive payment. You need to make that decision if you're using the incentive payment at the beginning of your project. It has to be, every property owner has to be given the incentive option for the same amount of the incentive bonus. So if you've already done one acquisition and you didn't, offer it to them, you cannot continue. But as Melody said, it is an allowable signing bonus. Best way of saying it, it is allowable for FHWA as an option to kind of keep your project on track.
Right.
But it's something that you need to consider that early in your process.
Thank you, Jen. I did not even think to say that. It's everyone. It's offered to everyone at the initiation of negotiations, or you can't use it. Which again sends me back to read that section of Chapter 8 of the right-of-way manual, because it has details that you absolutely have to adhere to.
And to follow up on that one, the previous question, this also needs to be approved by Caltrans and FHWA, correct?
Caltrans, yes, I don't believe it needs to be approved by FHWA. Can someone verify that? Because FHWA doesn't, they allow it, but they don't participate in it.
That's correct. FHWA does not have to pre-authorize that. It's in the CFRs. That's an allowable option for you to utilize. So you can just, speak with your district LPC if you have
Right.
questions on the incentive.
It looks like she followed up saying that FHA does have to approve it if it's over 10%.
If that's what our manual says, I mean, our manual does specifically state like what your requirements are, the amount over. So yes, whoever put that in there, if that's what it states, then
agreed.
Then we'll take it to FHWA. So like, you will work with your district LPC because they will need to be the ones to move that along. Just note anything that goes over to FHWA for approval is time intensive. And you really are going to have to justify why you're going above the standard amount.
Right.
All right. That looks like it's it. So you may continue, Melody.
Okay, and the last bullet point here on this page, it is pay the agreed purchase price before requiring the property owner to surrender possession of the property being acquired. At some point, I think we might need to make this its own slide. This is a concept called payment before possession. In all cases, whether it's a deposit into court or whether it's the closing of escrow and the distribution of escrow funds, or whether it is a deposit into escrow that the grantor can access if they want to. In all cases, if you need and want possession of a property subject to condemnation, you must give it in one of the ways I mentioned. You must provide payment to the property owner in order to get possession. You can't record a, say, temporary construction easement deed. We'll get into those. You can't record that and say, this is effective today, but we'll pay you a month from now. You can't do that. Payment before possession in all cases without exception. We'll kind of discuss that a teeny tiny bit more in a couple of these slides coming up. So aside from acquiring it, as we were just talking, there are a couple of other options. The land's already owned by the local agency, whether it's within the local agency's existing right-of-way or whether it's property that the local agency owns for other reasons. The only thing that's important to note is that the agency has to document, not counting their existing right-of-way, the agency has to document that any land for a particular project was purchased long before the project was even in the works. In other words, an agency can't say 10 years from now, we might want to put a bike lane here on the side, add to the street by putting a bike lane. And without following the Uniform Act and all of these things that FHWA requires, they decide to buy it on their own and hold on to it. And then the project comes through. No, that won't work. You have to be able to show that any land owned by the city outside of your actual right-of-way was purchased prior to this project being even basically on your books. There are donations. An agency cannot approach a grantor or a property owner for donations. They have to offer. And it's really, really important to note that even if a grantor offers to donate property for whatever reason, whether it's tax benefits, I have actually seen it, it does happen, but you still need to do a right-of-way contract, complete with the Title VI language. You still need to do a right-of-way contract. The property owner need to acknowledge in writing that they were fully informed of their benefits, rights and benefits under federal law to receive just compensation, and that they had the right to receive an appraisal and that they are waiving those rights. In chapter 17 of the right-of-way manual, one of the exhibits, and I don't have the number in front of me, is a form that we use for donation that spells all those things out in writing. That if I would suggest you use that and have the grantor sign that on top of a normal right-of-way contract. The next thing is dedication, which is typically done by a local agency when they're providing a building permit for somebody, or a developer who's developing and subdividing land. You know, dedications tend to be part of those sorts of transactions with a local agency. And the last thing is a possession and use agreement. We have these also as exhibits to Chapter 8 in the right-of-way manual. And this is a very specific document. I would suggest you use those because our possession and use agreements don't run afoul of anything that FHWA wants. So you're very safe using ours. A possession and use agreement you can use when you need to have possession of a property because you need to get a right-of-way certification. Say you're really close to negotiating some of the terms of the contract, but you need a little bit more time. Sometimes a grantor is willing to sign this possession and use agreement. You, the agency, deposit the just compensation into an escrow for them. They sign the possession and use agreement. You get possession while you're still ironing out the details. That's typically when a possession and use agreement, and they happen, I wouldn't say they're common, but they're not uncommon either. Temporary construction easement. A temporary construction easement is when you need property. Basically, think of it as renting property. You need a specific parcel of a specific portion of someone's land to temporarily use while you are constructing your project. They must be a defined length of time, say 36 months. They must have a specific start date and a specific end date in the contract. If you use a separate temporary construction easement deed, it needs a start date and an end date. That's really non-negotiable. You can't say, oh, we're going to use your property for 6 months sometime in this 5 years. You can't do that. Start date and end date. And it really needs to be for any, if you think that it's going to be a month within a certain 3-year period, you need to compensate them for that 3-year period. If a temporary construction easement is going to expire, say that you are now in the middle of your construction, you see that your TCEs are expiring in, say, 6 months. What you will need to do is you will need to present a new offer to the owners for any extended amount of time that you need. This may or may not require a reappraisal or an appraisal update. It depends. This has been talked about already, but it depends on how old the appraisal is. If it's been 3 years, you're certainly going to need a reappraisal, but it'll depend on how old the appraisal is and what the market's been doing. Again, you want to get your appraiser involved with making those determinations. But you will need, assuming you need a new appraisal, you will have to go approach the owner with a new offer and a new contract to add on whatever year or 2 or whatever additional time you need. A permit to enter and construct is something we see very, very rarely. The only time you can use a permit to enter is when you, the agency, are doing something more or less as a favor to a property owner, where whatever work is being done in a specific area is only being done to benefit the property owner, and the property owner has requested it. It's really rare. In most cases, you're talking about temporary construction easement. Okay, so occasionally, you will want to settle for the amount of for an amount over and above what you've determined the just compensation is. That is okay, but understand that we call those administrative settlements. Any administrative settlement is going to be subject to the Uniform Act. The section is here, 49 CFR 24102I. Well, it's actually a small Roman numeral 1, but understand that you can do this, and the FHWA will participate, but you, the agency, need to put in writing why it's reasonable, prudent, and in the public interest. There are only certain types of reasons that are allowable. Court costs are a good one. If the grantor got their own appraisal and it's wildly higher than yours, I mean, that's a risk, right? That's a risk to your agency that a jury would find that their appraisal is correct. I do highly, again, recommend you going to Chapter 8 of the right-of-way manual, to the section on administrative settlements, because it gives some pretty good examples of what is okay and what is not okay, and what you can use as a justification. Do note that if it's an occupied residential owner, I said that backwards. If it's a residential owner occupied property, you do need to let the relocation assistant agent know, because any administrative settlement amount will need to be taken into account for their relocation assistance benefits. Okay, so acquisition prior to E76. And this is a combination prior to E76 and also prior to your environmental document. Both of those should be in place before you begin acquisition. There are a few cases where you can start acquisition before that. It is extremely, extremely rare. I'm going to run through this really quickly, because I want you to have this in the back of your head in case you do run across a situation like this and you'll think, oh, I think maybe there's something we can do about this. But otherwise, it's very, very rare that this happens and is approved before you get your environmental document in E76 anyway. So rare, but information you need to know. Early acquisition, just in general, must comply with, this is not the Uniform Act, what's shown here. It is a separate federal regulation, but it will include the Uniform Act. It includes the by reference, it includes whatever manuals you are subject to, which in your case is the Caltrans right-of-way manual, and any applicable state laws. You must use your own funds. The agency must use its own funds. The project has to be non-controversial and a preferred alternative has been chosen. In other words, if you have 4 alternatives and have not officially via a document chosen one of those as the specific preferred alternative, you can't use this. And also, the owners have to agree to this early acquisition voluntarily. Hardship and protection are two others. Hardship is, I'm going to read you the definition that I have. Oh, I do want to mention both hardship and protection acquisitions have to be approved by the FHWA. Hardship acquisition is an early acquisition by an applicant at their request in order to alleviate a particular hardship to the owner. It is justified when the property owner can document on the basis of health, safety, or financial reasons that remaining in the property poses an undue hardship compared to others. That's a hardship acquisition. A protection acquisition is protective acquisition prevents imminent development of a parcel which is needed for a proposed transportation corridor or site. Documentation must clearly demonstrate development of the land would preclude future transportation use and that such development is imminent. So keep those in the back of your mind. Should you run across these, you'll know that there are options prior to the environmental document and prior to E76, but you know, the chances are pretty slim that you will ever really need to use that. Okay. Eminent domain and condemnation. If your attempts to negotiate have failed, and I hate to use failed because all of our projects in this day and age have compressed timelines, and so it's not so much that it's failed, it's just sometimes you just don't have enough time to hammer through every single thing with a property owner before you need to start condemnation. The first thing you will do is seek a resolution of necessity. What a resolution of necessity is it is a document that ends up getting taken to court where a governing body of some sort says, yes, this project is necessary and this property is necessary for this project. For Caltrans, that governing board is the California Transportation Commission. For your agencies, it will be different. It is needed, though, to file a condemnation lawsuit. You are required to notify an owner when you are going to have a hearing on a resolution of necessity. Again, I suggest that you go to, the right-of-way manual and see what the requirements are as far as time constraints, how soon in advance you have to give them notice of this hearing, what their rights are to appear at this hearing, and what, just a list of how to make sure that you get a valid resolution of necessity that you can take to court. Once you have that, you can file an eminent domain action, and that will start the whole condemnation proceedings. But there's two things that are important to you from a right-of-way standpoint and for getting right-of-way certification. The first thing is you will need to deposit funds with the court. Technically, you're depositing what you believe the estimate of just compensation is, which will be based on an appraisal. The second is you'll be requesting a hearing for order for possession. What that is essentially is a judge, an agency can go before a judge and say, okay, court cases take a long time, but we need possession of this property so that we can get our project going. And the judge will say, yes, okay, I agree with you. Your order for possession is granted. What happens then is you have to serve or serving agents Once everybody is served with the order for possession, in most cases, you will receive possession of the property required 30 days after the last party is served the order for possession. Your court case goes on. If it goes to trial, all of that still happens, but this just gets you to where you can advertise and award your contract and get your construction started. And that's it.
Awesome. We do have a couple questions really
Sure.
quickly in chat. So can you say that the local agency follows the same process as Caltrans for eminent domain?
Broadly speaking, yes. I mean, Caltrans is a really huge organization, and we have our own organizational idiosyncrasies as far as the actual send this to this person or to that department and send to that department. But broadly speaking, yes. Broadly speaking, the process is the same. The itty bitty organizational details probably won't be.
Okay. Next question. Can you say a TCE starts at recording?
The problem with that is, and we've run into this problem. The problem with that is a couple of things. If you're leaving it just up to the date it's recorded, 10 years from now, if somebody who works for a title company picks up that TCE when they're doing a title search, and they don't bother to do the math on how long that TCE was supposed to go for, it may show up as a title exception on someone's title long after your agency is gone. Really, it needs a specific start date. And it's really the only acceptable way to make sure that there is no confusion and that you are not over encumbering their property. Excuse me.
I think Rita, did you
And
have
an end date as well. Even if you say, hold on a second. Even if you say it starts on May 28th, 2026 and goes for 36 months, it is best practice to still put what that end date is so that there is no confusion whatsoever. We've learned this from experience, which is why it is in our manual to do it that way. Were you going to say something, Steve?
Thanks.
I have a statement regarding TCEs.
Go
I would
for it,
say the
Rita.
best practice is not to record them because of the clouded title. Okay. And then
Agreed.
let's say, for instance, it's with maybe a local agency. And this is kind of leading into my portion. We just had an issue that came out of District 12. It was not a big thing, but there was a TCE on an agency that lasted 40 years. Yeah.
Years.
Some drainage or something. You could talk to Alma about it, but the TC, the deed language had a 40-year expiration date. This project has been completed. So when the person who actually owned the land did something with their title, they were like, hey, we can't finance you. We can't do anything because what is this temporary construction easement? So like Melody said, you need a start and end date, right? And previous speakers also said, if you go past that end date, go back and renegotiate another length of time for the TCE. But please,
with a new
please,
contract
please,
and everything. Yep.
don't record them. And I know recording them is kind of like a safety net because you don't really want to go and repurchase stuff. And that was a practice that people did. Even I came from District 8 also. But that was a practice that we were doing to stop ourselves from reacquiring property. However, you guys just need to really monitor the TCE situation, because you don't want someone coming back 20 years later. They can't refinance their home. They can't do whatever for their business because we forgot one of those little things
And
in
then
the process.
and then
And
did the agency actually encumber their property for 20 years and not 3? You know, that's the argument. And in District 12 specifically, because it's the only one I can speak to, Caltrans we do not, other than in very specific circumstances, we do not record TCEs as a rule. There are minor exceptions to that, but we don't. In District 12, Caltrans and one city are the only ones who don't. Every other agency in District 12 insists on recording their TCEs. And we have tried over the years to talk them out of it for many reasons. But so at the end of the day, it is up to your agencies, but we don't.
Regarding TCEs, I'm sorry. It's a new appraisal as well. It's not just an extension of the old TCE calculation. Oh, we're going to get another year or two, or we're going to use the same value as what we paid for the last 2 years. No, it needs a new appraisal and a new possibly damage payment. If there's a damage payment, if a property owner has been waiting 2 or 3 years to develop their property, let Caltrans finish their project, then we come along and say, oh, or whatever local agency needs another 2 years. There could be a damage payment there, because now they've, property owners expended all these time and efforts, and now it's going to be delayed again.
Right. And this is not a back of the napkin. It's not a back of the napkin agreement you're making with them. You have to approach them with an actual offer and an actual contract for that additional time, for absolute sure.
All right. Well, thank you for that conversation. We have 15 minutes left in today's training. So we'll move right on ahead with Rita and her presentation on RPS and excess lands. Take it away, Rita. You're muted, Rita, too, if you're not aware.
Sorry, guys, I'm just yip-yapping here. Again, I'm Rita Harris. I'm from Headquarters Right-of-Way Excess Lands. I have been with Caltrans for the last 21 of my 26-year state career. Can you guys see my screen? Okay. There we go. So I'm here to talk to you about real property services just a little bit, because that's not my area entirely, and excess lands in particular. And just like I said, 21 years, I've done acquisitions, I've done appraisals, I've done property management, of course, excess lands, utility relocations, local programs. I've done a lot of things. Know a little bit about everything and a lot about nothing. So here we go. I hope that made you chuckle a little bit.
Rita, can I interrupt for just a minute?
Sure.
Your side of the presentation, can you do a display swap? You can do that by display settings at the top of the and then just swap displays.
Okay, is that better?
You're perfect.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries.
Now I got to move you guys out the way. Okay, cool. So, okay, real property services and excess land disposal. All the properties purchased for your projects must be inventoried. That could be an Excel spreadsheet. You could have a large database. We don't dictate how you inventory your property, but keep a record of it. And side note to the TCE situation, keep records of those also. Because again, you don't want to have to go back and reevaluate, redo the contract and all those things. But you might have to. So all properties within our system are, of course, managed in accordance with our Chapter 11, and they're disposed of within the parameters of the Streets and Highways Code, Section 118, and also the CFR's Section 23 when it comes to federal involvement. All agencies should follow the right-of-way property management. Sorry, excuse me one more time. I gotta find where my slide mover thing is. Okay, so all agencies should be adhering to the right-of-way manual, as we've said many times in our presentations. And the property management section is Chapter 11, and Chapter 16 is our excess land section. All excess properties should be sold within 2 years after opening the roadway for traffic, or within 2 years of submitting the final voucher. We also have the Section 118. If we could do it within a year, it says we should do it within almost a year. If we could do it within a year, we would. But, construction goes longer. Sometimes, maintenance may need it or whatever. But, we do our best to make that deadline. And next slide. So when you guys are purchasing, right away, most of the time, I don't think you really want to purchase excess. If you can avoid it, you should, because then you have to figure out how to dispose of it, unless it's going to be incorporated in our right of way or into the local agencies right away. And back to the database again, as far as inventories, and you want to know what you have in store. You want to know how long you've had it in store and what you have a plan to do something with it. And again, there's no hard and fast rules on how it's tracked, but you should track it. In Caltrans, we use parcel numbers because once we acquire it, we typically do away with the address and APN, so we have our own numbering system. But take note of what the size is, how many square foot, how many acres, past zoning, because once we acquire, or local agencies also, it typically doesn't have a zoning until it's incorporated back into the local agency for whatever reason. They're going to incorporate it into their system. But when it's Caltrans, we don't have zoning for our properties. That would be up to the cities or the counties, whatever local municipality, to do once someone purchased our excess. So, okay, so we went through that. Now, the LAPM, you use their real property 13F, the real property agency checklist. I am not familiar with that checklist, but I would assume if you have tenants, you would need a tenant name. You would need how many occupants are in there, what's the rental rate, how the rent increases, contact information for them, and when you anticipate actually relocating them or moving them, out of your project area, demoing property, or whatever else that entails for your agency. So, FHWA, we've said this through the whole presentation, everyone. FHWA oversees the local agencies. FHWA gives us the right to oversee local agencies. So, we follow their rules and sometimes we do it better. So you guys follow our rules, so you guys do it better. Caltrans will sometimes will request copies of inventories of property management activities and excess lands that are being done. Excess lands acquired through utility agreements, exchanges, and whatnot are considered non-inventory because typically we are replacing the right to Edison, SoCal Gas, PG&E, SMUD, whatever agency that we had to do a relocation for. And if they had a prior right that was more significant than ours, like a full-blown paid easement, which typically some of them do, but a lot don't. Some are entered into our right-of-way by permit. So your utility agent will discuss that more further tomorrow. But so those non-inventory property rights, they go back directly to whoever we had to relocate in the utility sphere. So, we can't just uproot them like we can't uproot anyone else out of their property rights. So we exchange the rights for those properties. So if they have an easement, we typically give them a replacement easement. And then sometimes that's why you will buy in excess of what you need for a project, because you're going to relocate a utility, and your design will know where they want to relocate the utility, and they'll be like, okay, let's get a little extra piece from this property and we can move the utility poles there. So last slide, you guys are lucky, making record time here. All excess lands acquired for the project back to being inventory, we make sure you do that. When we sell the land, we have an oversight agency, which is the California Transportation Commission. They go through our excess land sales with a fine-tooth comb, and they review our appraisals, because most excess lands have to be sold at fair market value. When they're not sold at fair market value, there has to be some kind of extraordinary reason, like some environmental properties of notable value may be able to be transferred for less than fair market value. FHWA requires a public interest finding to sell any property that's excess for less than fair market value. And so that entails some research, a request, an approval, and all those things. So, and it has to be a public purpose. And when you talk about public purpose, you think about, is it free? Is it a park? Fire stations, police stations, things that, everyone has the right to use without making a payment for it. So in order to sell the excess land, you will need an appraisal. You will also need an environmental document that shows us it's free and clear of hazardous waste. So in Caltrans, we use the hazardous waste disposal document. When we're selling directly to an adjoining owner, so that's someone like next door to the property, we have to do a fair market value appraisal. If it's an auction property, we can do a public sale estimate. A public sale estimate is similar to an appraisal, but not quite the full-blown appraisal that would be normally required. So I think that's it for me. Oh, no, our purchase and sale agreement. I'm so sorry, because I'm kind of getting ahead of myself. Anyway, when we sell, we have a purchase and sale agreement, like all our forms that have been mentioned. You guys are welcome to use our purchase and sale agreement for the sale of excess. All our clauses have been vetted by legal in the boilerplate agreement. You can add sections to it, or your additional terms and conditions. There's a place for that. Or if you wanted to rework parts of our PSA, public sale agreement, what you would do is get those changes vetted by legal. Your local agency legal and our local agency legal. And I think that's all. So
Awesome.
And as always, if you have questions, please contact your local districts, your local assistance coordinator, and their real property staff will help you. And if they can't help you, they will reach out to us and we will help you. So thank you for your time. I hope I gave you about 5 minutes back. And I apologize for the fumbles. Have a good day, everyone. I'll stop sharing now.
Okay, I think we will go ahead and begin. Once again, thank you for joining us here on day 2 for the Federal Aid series. Appreciate it. I'm your host, Robert Ronald, with Caltrans Right Away Local Programs Unit here at Caltrans headquarters. So just some reminders on a few of the housekeeping notes that we had yesterday. Please remain muted throughout the meeting. And I know sometimes accidents happen, you get unmuted. So if we see you unmute yourself, we will remute you. So don't take offense. And then also, if you have any questions you would like to ask during the presentations, there is a Q&A chat button on the bottom of your workplace, Zoom workplace screen. So you'll click that and you should have a separate chat box open up. And so you will just type in your questions there. We will pepper them in during the presentation if there's time or if it seems like a good opportunity to ask that question in the moment, or we will get to your question at the end of the presentation. So just those 2 reminders, I wanted to remind you all. So with that said, before we start, I'm going to pass it off to Jennifer Winooski to clarify some information that was mentioned yesterday about PTE and Cs and TCEs. So Jen, take it away.
Thanks, Robbie. Yeah, we just in follow-up to a couple questions. We want to clarify, we discussed yesterday TCE versus a PTEC, and just to reiterate on the TCE versus the PTEC. And the PTEC is used, it's work that's primarily benefits the property owner. So it's not something that you're going to be getting a PTEC if you need it for construction. The TCE is the document you need if it's part of the construction plans. So it's the PTEC is one of the prime examples is connecting a private driveway to like a newly paved public road, because that work is kind of curative work. It's getting that property aligned with if there was a grading issue. So make sure that you understand the difference between TCE and PTEC. The other thing to consider with the PTEC, the easiest way to think about it is, would you condemn for that right? If you're not going to condemn for that right, then it would be a PTEC. But if it's something that you absolutely have to do, part of construction, and you would have to condemn for it if you couldn't get that property owner to sign something, it's a TCE. So we just wanted to clarify the difference between that, and the easiest way to kind of think about it is what condemnation action, if any, would you take? But if there's questions on what's appropriate when you're going out to access a property, just again, speak to your district local public or local programs coordinator, and they can kind of help you work through if it's a TCE or a PTEC. But if you are doing like a driveway conform because of some kind of grading project, you could go with the PTEC. One more thing to note is when we speak that it's something that's work that's done primarily for the owner's benefit. For some local agencies who try to press that, let's say you have a sidewalk job, sidewalks are part of it, and you want to say, well, that sidewalk is for the property owner's benefit, therefore we don't need to get a TCE. That's not accurate. The sidewalk is part of your project. It's in your project plans, so it's a TCE. They need to be compensated for that. So just adding that, since there has been some confusion about a TCE or PTEC, and then work with your district local public or local programs coordinator to ensure you're acquiring the right access for that. And if there's any questions, we can answer that now. If not, we can move on to our next presentation.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything, Jen, so I think we're good. Thanks, Jen, for clearing that up. Appreciate it. All right. I think we will begin our presentations for today. Our first presenter, Ashley Wilson, will be presenting on relocation assistance. So I will stop sharing. So Ashley, you would like to share? The floor is yours.
Thank you. All right, can everyone see this okay?
You'll need to put it into presenter mode.
Okay. Is that not showing up properly here? All right, guys, I promise we had this worked out just before the meeting started. Okay.
There we go.
Okay, perfect. So, good morning, guys. My name is Ashley Wilson. I'm happy to be the first one here to kick it off this morning, bright and early. I am the Relocation Assistance Program, aka RAP Senior, here at headquarters. I have been with Caltrans for just under a year, so I am fresh meat here. But prior to that, I have about six or so years in right of way with Department of Water Resources, doing mainly acquisitions, appraisals, condemnation work. So I have a good amount of experience under my belt here, but today I'm going to be talking to you guys about the RAP program. So I'll just go ahead and dive in and take you guys along with me on a very nuanced program in about 6 or 7 slides here. So where can we find guidance on the RAP program? Well, there's a few places you can go. This is basically the guiding principles and where we get our procedure, our rules for RAP. So you want to look at your LAPM, your Local Assistance Procedure Manual, Chapter 13. Here at Caltrans, Chapter 10 of our manual is the RAP chapter. So that's where you're going to get, as it says, the meat and potatoes of the program. This is where all of the major guidance and procedures, if you have questions on RAP, you're going to find most of it here in Chapter 10 of the Caltrans manual. All of the guidelines and the rules for RAP are based on the Uniform Act, as well as a few different California CFRs, okay? None of the rules or procedure is arbitrary. It's all tied into the Uniform Act and a few different CFRs. So we're not pulling these things from thin air. It's all based on law and regulations. So when you're beginning to do RAP, which is going to come early on in the planning phase, you have your project, you want to reach out to the displacees, and I'll get into the language and the lingo, who's a displacee, who counts. I'll get into that in a little bit, but you want to make sure that you're working with folks early on. A lot of the guidelines in the Uniform Act and the CFRs dictate specific timelines, for forms, for notice, for all kinds of stuff. So it's very important that you're familiar with the guidelines, with the rules, with the CFRs, because there are specific timelines that need to be followed when you're doing RAP. So reach out early. It can sometimes be a long process. It's not always just a quick and easy thing. So you definitely want to work with the displacees, with the business owners, the landowners, as early on as possible. You're going to provide them information on RAP, on what they're entitled to, etc. So it's important to reach out early. Another point I want to touch on here is that there are no global settlements in RAP. So when you're dealing with a homeowner or a tenant or a displacee, you want to separate RAP, and the codes separate RAP from your settlements with acquisitions. Okay, so whatever settlement you come to with your condemnation side, with the acquisition side, it is separate from RAP. You cannot combine the two and just give them, okay, we're going to give you 100K for the entire acquisition and everything that comes with it. The CFRs and the Uniform Act dictate that the RAP funds and the acquisition must be separate. So just a point I want to touch on. Relocation benefits are reimbursement of eligible expenses. They require certain actions from the displacees before they receive payment. And again, acquisition payments and transactions are negotiated completely separately from RAP. Although they sometimes are done at the same time, it is two separate transactions that you're working with. Okay, so what is the purpose of RAP? This is going to be, you're going to be dealing with relocation anytime we have a project that directly impacts a landowner, a tenant that needs to be moved due to the project. So of course, nobody really wants to be relocated generally. Sometimes they do because it can be beneficial to them. So we want to make sure that we take the burden off of the displacees as much as possible. Of course, the Uniform Act dictates that it's fair, consistent, equitable, and just like the 4 findings that we need when we're going into condemnation, we want to make sure it's the least private injury for the greatest public good. So we're looking at our side. We want it to be efficient, cost effective, but also looking at the displacees and making sure that they're getting the help and fair, consistent, equal treatment that we would give to any other person. So it's definitely a balance. And there's a lot of assistance that we provide on our end. The CFRs outline everything that needs to be provided to the displacee. It's extremely regulation based. So Chapter 10 in the right-of-way manuals, more specifically 10.01.10.000, and I'll drop all this information in the chat for anyone that needs it, outlines basically everything that needs to be provided to the displacee. And it's a long list. There's the brochure, notice of eligibility, Title VI information, residency forms, general information, conditional entitlement, notice to vacate. I mean, the list goes on. And it's going to be specific to the circumstances of the displacee. So it might not be everything on the list, but there's definitely going to be some things on the list. So refer to Chapter 10 in the manual, and it'll give you a more exhaustive list of what should be provided to the displacee. There's your core items that must be provided every time, as well as additional material that would be provided based on the circumstances of the displacee. So it's important that you make yourself familiar with this information so that you can provide everything that they need. And because this is regulated by the CFRs, by the Uniform Act, we cannot miss anything that is required to be provided. Otherwise, it's kind of a mess. If we don't provide everything, they can come back, they can appeal our decisions, and I'll talk about appeals in a little bit as well. But it's very important that by law, we provide all materials that are required to them. And I'm also going to go into what we provide in a bit as well. So just a note, Chapter 10 documents everything that the displacees are entitled to per the Uniform Act, per the CFRs. So the what and who of RAP. So a displacee or displacement applies to any person, household, business, nonprofit. This also includes farms that are displaced by a project that may be entitled to relocation. And we have may be entitled because not everybody that's affected by the project that's being displaced is qualified to receive relocation benefits. So a displaced person must be a legal resident. Any, illegal aliens that may be, or living in a property that is being displaced are not entitled to RAP benefits. So we do require a self-certification that the tenants, or excuse me, the displacees will fill out. We don't go in and, verify beyond the self-certification. So they sign a form that says, yes, I am a legal resident. I'm here, based off of I'm either a citizen, or one way or another, they certify on their end that they are a legal resident. And from there, we take that at its face value and qualify them as a displacee. Now, they also need to be on site at the time of displacement. So if we are condemning a property, let's say it's an apartment complex and 3 of the units are vacant, and then somebody moves into that unit after we've already provided notice, we've already provided the notice of intent to acquire, we've had the discussions, with the landlord, and let them know, hey, this is what's going to happen. We've given them their 90-day, we've provided that notice and initiated negotiations, and then a tenant moves into one of those vacant properties after, they're not going to be eligible for relocation services. It needs to be folks that are already in place at the time of initiation of negotiations. So, and also anything over 12 months is a permanent relocation. So there are situations or circumstances where perhaps we only need to relocate a business or folks for 4 months while we work on, whatever it is, the highway, the curb, a roundabout, whatever it is, or their driveway is impacted. That would be a temporary relocation. But if it's going to take more than 12 months, it's permanent. We move them, they stay there. Tenants displaced as a result of a voluntary acquisition. So the landlord is voluntarily going into this acquisition. The tenants that are living there, they qualify as displaced persons. So they would be available to receive those benefits through RAP. And the circumstances, like I said, are unique to every single relocation, assistance situation or scenario. So it's important to look at all of the circumstances and decide from there who is displaced, who would be considered eligible. But these are just the general guidelines. This can end up being a very nuanced program, but I'm going to give you just a general overview. So these are the folks that would generally be considered a displacee. So who would not be considered a displacee, or who would not be eligible for RAP benefits? Like I mentioned, anybody that enters the displaced or the affected property after we've initiated negotiations, after we've acquired the property, they're not going to be eligible for RAP benefits. If you're not a legal resident and you can't self-certify that you're here legally, you are not eligible for RAP benefits. Also, if you move prior to our initiation of negotiations, if you move prior to our notice, then you are not eligible for RAP benefits. So it's very important when approaching the displacee and explaining to them initially, hi, these are the impacts, this is our notice, this is what's going to happen, you are going to be displaced, that you inform the displacee to not move prior. Okay, if they move before we initiate and give them the official notice, they will not be eligible for RAP benefits. There are a lot of landowners that are very eager. As soon as you tell them, hey, you're going to be impacted, but you haven't provided them all of the official notices, and they just up and get, they will no longer be eligible for displacement or for RAP benefits. So it's very important that when we're approaching the folks and we're explaining to them initially, hey, you're going to be impacted, explain to them, do not move yet, okay? Because if they take off too soon, they won't be eligible. In addition to that, anyone who's unlawfully occupying a property. So if you have squatters or somebody that's just there on a temporary basis, let's say they don't have a lease or they're just there for a temporary program, they're not going to be eligible for relocation benefits either. So it's important to make sure you're communicating all of this to the displacees or the potential displacees so that they can move in a way that allows them to be eligible for the benefits. Okay, so what are the RAP benefits that are available? It's a long, exhaustive list, but this is just a general overview. There's two different types. Well, actually, there's three different types of relocation scenarios. We have our residential, which is just, folks living in homes, tenants of apartments, that type of situation. We have our non-residential, which is businesses, farms, nonprofits, things like that. And then we have our third category, which I'm not really going to touch on here, but that's just going to be our personal property moves, where they don't actually have to relocate from their location. Sometimes they just have something that needs to be moved, like a shed or some potter plants that are just like on the edge of the right of way that we're working on. So in this instance, the residential and non-residential displacees have slightly different benefits and procedures that they're entitled to. Regardless of whether it's a business or, residential or non-residential, everyone that qualifies for RAP benefits is entitled to advisory services. And those advisory services will be specific to the business or residential, non-residential. But it's important that all of this is provided to the owner to the displacee. So that's going to include, like I mentioned before, all of the notices, all of the information of what they're entitled to. But in addition to that, the agents that are handling the RAP, the relocation, the RAP agents are going to be somewhat of an assistant or a consultant in the process. So not only are you providing what they're entitled to and the documentation, but you're also going to be assisting in finding suitable relocation locations, suitable residences, suitable businesses, and also providing them. And I think it's on the next slide here, so I'm just going to move forward here real quick. Yes, so you want to provide them anything else that's going to make the move and the displacement as easy as possible on them, because we don't want to be putting the displacees out any more than they already have to be. Okay, so a few examples listed here: transportation to replacement housing. If they need help, getting around to see the replacement properties, if they don't speak English very well, or, whatever language they speak, and we need to provide translation services so that we can professionally and properly communicate all of the information to them, then we will do that. We provide inspections to make sure that all properties that they are going to are decent, safe, and sanitary, and that's listed out in the CFRs and the Uniform Act. It's very important that everything that we do is by the book and is helpful in aiding the relocation. And so decent, safe, and sanitary must meet building codes, obviously working bathroom and kitchen, no more than 2 people per 1 bedroom, within financial feasibility. So a lot of times, or not a lot of times, but it's possible that when we're relocating folks, they can end up in a better situation than they were previously. There can be a situation where maybe there was a family of 5 living in a 1-bedroom apartment. But when we relocate them, we have to stick to the standards and the codes and regulations. So we can't do more than 2 people per room. So this 5-person household that was in a 1-bedroom house is now going to be moved into a 3-bedroom home. Okay, because we have to make sure that we're following the regulations. So sometimes it's an advantage to them. And within financial feasibility, so we do work with the displacees to provide to bridge the gap between what they can afford and what's available. So there are different opportunities for us to assist them, sometimes with a rent differential payment that we'll do for up to 18 months after the move. If they're selling the house, or if we're purchasing the home and they need to purchase another home, there are financial assistance that we can provide that helps to bridge the gap between their previous mortgage and their new mortgage payment. If the interest rate is too high, there's ways that we can, buy down the interest rate. So there's a lot of different ways that we can assist the displacee in order to make that move and make it as least painful as possible. So definitely, consult the manual, work with the folks here. I'm at headquarters and others, but there's a lot of ways that we want to address making the move as easy as possible, as painless as possible for the displacee, but also making sure that we're adhering to all of the requirements, decent, safe, and sanitary, and everything in between. And again, just at the top here, we have the chapter in the right-of-way manual and the specific sections where you can get more information on the specific advisory services that we provide to the displacees. And so in order to get a good idea of everything that the displacee needs, you want to conduct a thorough interview of the displacee. So, like I said, we have residential and non-residential relocations. So just an example of some questions you want to be asking yourself when you're looking for replacement housing, when you're planning out what services that the displacee would need. You want to consider things like, where do they work? What's their commute like? Do they have a vehicle? Do they typically take public transportation when they're going to work? Do they have children that they go to schools? Are they disabled and they need to be close to the hospital? Again, how many people are in the house? All of these things should be taken into consideration because you don't want to try and move a displacee from, maybe they live downtown where the bus stop is right outside of their house and they're able to commute on the bus because they don't have a vehicle and their kids go to school right down the street. And now you're picking them up and you're putting them in the suburbs, which is, 10 miles outside of where they work and where the kids go to school, and they don't have a car, and it just, it overburdens them. So these are all factors that you want to look at when you're working on finding replacement housing and you're talking to the displacee and you're seeing what needs they have for this relocation. And of course, it all has to be within reason. If they're saying like, I need a 12 burner gas range stove in my house because I really like to cook. Well, that might not be reasonable. And it's very important that everything is reasonable and necessary. Okay, so there's a difference between reasonable and necessary and would like to have. So there's a lot of discretion involved in this, but it's very important that you're communicating and getting to know the full situation, the full scenario, so that you can address things like transportation and disabilities and access. Because again, with the Uniform Act, it's very important that we're providing equal, fair, equitable services to everybody that's being displaced. And so again, with non-residential, what kind of business is it? How many employees do they have? Do they need to be in a warehouse, factory, mill setting, or is it a gym? Is it, something that needs to have high street traffic? These are all things that you want to take into consideration. Not only just for the convenience of the displacee, but also when you're figuring out what is an eligible expense. Specialized machinery. Sometimes we have to have specialized contracted folks to move super heavy equipment or, things that are specific to the business that need to be taken into consideration when planning out the move. So all of these should be considered. There's, like I said, a lot more within the manual. But this is just a general overview of things that you want to consider when you're working with the displacee. It's important to get as much information as you can from them. And of course, as you continue to work with them, there's always going to be I forgot that there's also this and there's also that. So, remember that we're all human and that's going to come up a lot, but it's important to get a good overreaching picture so that you can plan out the displacement services as well. And so last thing that I'm going to touch on here on relocation services is that there's always an option for the displacee to appeal our decision on the RAP benefits that they're entitled to. So if the displacee feels that they should be entitled to reimbursement for a certain aspect of the move that we have determined initially would not be included, and if they're able to, establish why they feel that they should be reimbursed for XYZ, they can appeal our decision. So anytime we have RAP benefits being provided to displacees, we have to have the ability to put together an appeal board. And the appeal board is going to consist of usually the SMEs, the subject matter experts. There will be an attorney, local program coordinators, an engineer on the board. It'll all be put together and it'll be an official proceeding. The displacee can appeal whatever aspect of the relocation benefits that they are not in agreement with, and the board will do a hearing and come to a decision. Once that appeal decision is made, that decision is final. So they can't appeal the appeal. We're not going, all the way up to the Supreme Appeal Board or anything like that. But they do have that opportunity to appeal. And again, it's important that you also make the displacees aware of that option too, because a lot of folks can feel like they're not getting a fair deal. So appeals are always an option, and that'll come after everything has been said and done. But that concludes my RAP presentation. So I'm going to stop sharing. I couldn't see anybody while I was presenting, so if we have questions, please let me know.
Yeah, if you have any questions for Ashley, please put them in the question and answer chat box. Good job, Ashley.
Thank you, guys. A very broad topic condensed to just a few slides. So I'm sure there's a lot I didn't touch on, but that's your basic overview of what RAP is.
All right, I'm not seeing any. Ashley will remain with us for the rest of the training today. So if any questions pop up for the rest of during this time, feel free to submit them, and then we'll circle back with Ashley so she can provide an answer.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ashley. All right, on to our next presentation. As you can see, it is the wonderful world of utilities with our presenter, Brian Goldman. Brian, the floor is yours.
Awesome. Hello, everyone. And thank you, Ashley, for being the guinea pig and giving me time to mess around with my presentation a little more. So utility relocations is a topic that is vital in local projects, period. I would say that it's probably the #1 leading issue to certifications not being met. And so really our goal today is to help the local agencies figure out how to navigate this and basically be proactive. That's going to be the key to meeting your delivery, is staying ahead and staying on top of all the communication and work that needs to be done. Because if you wait till the last second, the chances that you're going to get your cert on time aren't high. And our goal is to work with you through the entire process so we can get everything done early and we don't have those last minute worries. So why do we want to work together with the local agencies, make sure that we're knowing exactly where everything is? Because when we go to a project site, we don't know exactly what's under the ground. We might have an idea, we might have some plans, but you start opening the ground and then you see something like this. So you might know about 90% of this, but the key is trying to figure out everything that we have. So when we get to construction, we're not going to have hangups, extra costs, and delays. So what is a utility relocation? So utility relocation is the adjustment of utility facilities required by the highway project. It includes removing and installing the facility and necessary temporary facilities, acquiring the necessary right-of-way for the new locations, moving, rearranging. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but the idea is if you have to do anything to the feature, So if there's a utility valve, if you have a gas line, if you have a telephone pole, any of these things, if you have to do anything in order for that to remain in the project, it's a conflict, even protect in place. Say that we're going to be working close to some poles and we're going to have to put some K-rail there because of construction in order to keep the poles there safely because of clear recovery zone during construction. We can do that, but that's still an order of protect in place. Something has to be done in order to allow those to remain even during construction sometimes. So the idea is, are we actually doing anything to the facility? Are we impacting it anyway? So like a sewer line that might remain in place might get a concrete cap, which is still not actually touching the facility, but you're having to do something. Otherwise, it's not going to meet the minimum requirements, and putting that cap in will allow that. So really what we look at are public utilities in utility relocation work. So these are utilities that serve the public for a fee. These are typically electric and gas, telephone, fiber optic. You can see on the list here, cable TV. Where it gets tricky is when you start getting into some of the stuff that might fall in either category. But then we have these ones that are never really a utility relocation and wouldn't go through our normal process. So those are things that are part of our actual roadway or design. So if you're needing to have drainage in your roadway, that's part of the actual roadway design. And that's typically done by our internal people. So like on our Caltrans projects, we do it. Local agencies, the project would be doing the design for that kind of stuff. So this includes street lights, electrical service. It includes telephone and fiber, drainage, water lines used in landscaping. So not serving the public, but this is basically serving the city. So the ones that get tricky are the street lights, storm drains, and signals. They typically are not considered a public utility, but with local projects especially, it really depends on who owns and maintains the poles. So you can see a light pole right here. Who owns this pole? Who services the pole? So let's say that we're up in the north and PG&E is the utility. They may own the pole and serve the pole. The city may own the pole, but PG&E may just drop service to it, or it could be any combination of those. And so what we need to do is we need to figure out who actually is the owner of the pole and who's just providing service so we can figure out how to move forward. And really quickly on this, all of these situations are really more case by case. So I would definitely recommend talking with your Caltrans local assistance coordinator because they're going to be the ones that are going to be able to help you navigate through that. So utility verification. Pursuant to Government Code 4215, governmental agencies shall make every reasonable effort to locate all existing utility facilities within the right-of-way. So a lot of what I'm going to do today is I'm going to read parts of slides. These are great for references, but I want to get into the meat and potatoes of why this matters. So when we're doing verification, when we're trying to get facility maps, what we want to do is we want to have as much possible information as we can before we go to start designing the project. We might do some minor design stuff, but we should know every project that we've done in that area. So if we're working on, a local road, we should look at all the local stuff. If it's a local state combined highway type system, then those we'd want to work with both Caltrans and the local agencies, see what projects there are. Where were the utilities? Where were they relocated? Was anything abandoned? What all this is going to do is it's going to help you figure out the things in the past and where they are now. So you should look at all your old project files, check with the county recorder's office, check with other people in your office, not just people that may have worked in your branch in the past who may have had their hands in that project, but other people in other groups in your office or different departments. the idea is trying to get as much information as you can. So you'll do the USA search and figure out what utilities they say are in the ground, which should be fairly accurate. Field reviews, which I'd say is done a lot less than it should early on in the project. So really, as soon as you are on a project, you should go drive the site, not go Google Maps, but actually put your eyes on the site. Think about what you're going to see when this project really starts going, and where your challenges are going to be. And what that'll do is when you're working on the project, you're going to remember, okay, in this area, there was this, there was a setback here, there was a big conflict right here that we're going to have to avoid. We're moving a gas line, but there's a big something in the way, so it would have to go around that location. Encroachment permits, as-built, and ground and aerial surveys are all great information as well. So you begin by requesting the facility maps. After we collect as much information as we can, we send maps over to the utility company with our existing right-of-way lines and all the collected information. It's also really helpful if we have them to have proposed right-of-way lines, because it'll let the utility know the general area that we're working in, instead of them working in a lot bigger area. Providing bigger maps that our engineers are going to have to break down. The utility owner should be encouraged to add to the maps with as much detail and accuracy as possible, which I will tell you right now probably will be rare if they do. Typically, they'll give you a facility map and that's about it, but certain companies are willing to share more. Utility owners are allowed to have 30 days at least to get those back to you. So my recommendation is send the request, talk to the utility companies every week or so, and just make sure that they're on top of it. Because if you don't, the utility companies may just drop it and you might not get it for a couple months. And you'll be following up anyway. And then we want to do positive location to make sure that we get as much information and put our eyes on the ground. We'll talk a little bit more about that later. So all of this is really dictated by government code, statutes, and regulation. Government Code 4215 says that government agencies shall locate all existing utilities within the right-of-way and identify them on the plans. 4216 says that we will positively locate the exact location of all underground utilities. So that does not mean it all has to be vacuum excavation. But the idea is that when we're going to go in the ground, we know what we're actually dealing with, because there have been many situations where we end up with something like this. So really our goal is the safety of the traveling public. It's the safety of us as workers of the government, and for the people that work for us out in the field. We want to make sure that we're taking every step that we can to prevent accidents, because accidents like this happen even when there's a sign that says gas line below or electric line above. While they're out there working in construction, as much as they try to avoid it, there are just going to be accidents. So our role is to minimize that as much as possible, or eliminate it. So utility relocation steps. The first thing you have to do is identify what utilities are going to be in conflict. So we use the verification plans, plat maps, pothole information, the engineering groups, whether it's, at Caltrans, we have a design and a utility engineering group. So they work through to figure out exactly what does not match our policies and guidelines. And then we submit those to the utility companies. So the utility coordinator works with the utility companies to resolve the conflict by developing relocation plans and a schedule. And really that happens by us sending out a relocation claim letter with information. And then that includes the conflict map, and we're wanting a relocation plan back. So we really don't have a lot of control on the schedule, because the utility company has to have a reasonable amount of time to do their work. But we do figure out how that can work in our schedule. The key is really working early on, because sometimes it's going to take 3 to 9 months for a utility company to get something scheduled. especially if it's a high voltage line that might need CPUC approval. And then an agreement on the liability determination, or who pays for the relocation. This is a discussion. This is working with utility companies and figuring out if what they claim is valid. So just because a utility company sends something doesn't mean it's valid. If you have a prior and superior right, you need to show that you have a prior and superior right. So do you have an easement deed? Or if there was no local road there in 1934 when you installed, and then they put a county road in over that, then you might have a prior and superior right. But it's your responsibility as a utility owner to provide that information. And it's the coordinator to verify any information there. So if there's easement deeds or anything along those lines, it would be best to go through your right-of-way engineering group or surveying, and make sure that the easement number one is in the location that they're claiming, because sometimes they'll send the wrong one. And then also you need to make sure that it is for the facility that they're in conflict for. So if you're relocating a 10-inch gas line, but this is for their easement is for a 2-inch gas line, and it's not even in the right location, that's not the right easement. If you have, and this happens, we had a PG&E gas line and they gave us a PG&E electric easement. Well, you can't install your gas line in an electrical easement because the easement itself specifically says what's allowed on that person's property, because those are the rights that were purchased. All right. So furnish documents to the local assistance oversight coordinator. This should be done early in the project when you have all of the notice to owners, reports of investigation, and utility agreements filled out. But do it before that you get any signatures or send it to the utility companies, because we need to make sure that what you're doing is in compliance with the law before you send it out. And I will say that this is a major thing with local agencies that do not follow that. They will send in their packages. We'll review the package. We'll send back comments. And instead of making changes or making all the changes, they'll make changes that they want and then send it and get it executed. And then they wait for CERT to come, and you don't have a project because you're not meeting the law with what you put in the utility agreement. Whether it's the liabilities off, or they didn't have clauses that are required by law, or most of the time utility companies want to put their own special language in there, which is not allowed. You can make requests, but their changes to the clauses in our manual are not allowed unless they go through a non-standard request, which can be approved, but it's a very lengthy process, and you would have to be able to justify why legally we could go that route. So once we get all the information, everything looks good. We tell you that it's okay to sign and send the utility documents to the utility owners. You get those back, so you now have executed copies. And basically, we're ready for the right-of-way cert at that point, as long as you have all the other right-of-way requirements done as well. So there's a difference in which forms you use depending on what type of project you have. So there are on-system projects and there are off-system projects. And the way that that's viewed is your project touching the Caltrans system? So if there's a highway, freeway, interstate operating right-of-way that Caltrans owns, and you're in our right-of-way doing work, then that changes from a local assistance project to a local programs project. So local assistance is off-system, so it's Jones Road that's not touching a highway, freeway, or operating right-of-way. So that in addition to seeking federal funds. And the reason why we're involved is because we're operating as FHWA in the review process for the federal funds part of your project. So because you're getting federal funds, you have to be eligible and follow all regulations. And so that's really what we're here for. So if you do have an on-system project, you would use Chapter 13 of the right-of-way manual. There's a little bit more flexibility in the local assistance side, with changing wording. So the Caltrans forms are set. You can't change the wording. You can't change. You have a lot less flexibility with the local assistance. You can change a little bit, but again, it's all about intent. If you change the intent of any clause or any agreement in any way, it can't happen. If you're going to put your letterhead on the top of a form, that's okay. If you want to change state to city or local agency, or your official name, like MTP, then that works as well.
Hey, Brian.
Yes, sir.
Before we move on, there was a question in chat. Would the utility coordinator be a local agency employee?
The local agency coordinator can be they can be an employee of the local agency as long as the agency is qualified to do that level of right-of-way work. What I would say is this: if you are not a subject matter expert in utilities, you should not work on utilities. And I'm not saying that because I think that we're special. It has nothing to do with that. It's that there are certain laws, rules, and regulations that we follow. And if you don't understand and know those, trying to be able to certify these projects or even work with the utility companies is going to be nearly impossible. So most local agencies end up hiring consultants to do the utility side of their work. With that being said, I will recommend that you be extremely critical with any consultant that's doing work for you. And if they're not doing a good job with your utilities, so they keep making mistakes, are you going to keep hiring that same person? So the key is that you want to have utility relocation work, and you want to have someone that's able to get your projects through to completion. These utility companies have become smarter, and their lawyers are really challenging as much as they possibly can. So being able to follow this process from start to finish, and making sure that those utility companies aren't walking you down the wrong road, which they do a lot of the times in local projects, because there's a lot of power and influence there to make those happen. So yeah, you can, but typically it's done out of house.
All right, and then we had another one. If utility owners have been notified well in advance of a project coming that has a utility conflict but doesn't claim prior rights until the final utility notice and are not cooperative in getting a utility agreement, is there anything the local agency can do to hold the utility company to a deadline or timeline?
All of that is going to depend on how much information you provide on doing due diligence with the utility company. So again, these processes take time. If you're not starting a year in advance and talking to them on a very regular basis trying to solve your problems, you may have issues getting to serve. So when there are issues with the utility company, that's when you start bringing your Caltrans coordinator in. We can even get involved at headquarters if it gets to that level. The key is moving forward with the utility companies, but there are definitely times when both the utility companies and the local agencies will hold projects up because they want things done a certain way. So really, it's working with the utility companies, realizing that it's a partnership, in that you need them to work with you in order for your project to be successful. And if we make their life horrible, it's costing them more money. So the more efficient we can work with the utility companies overall, the better it's going to be for us and our projects. So, were there any other questions, Bobby?
Seeing none, so I think you're free to continue.
All right.
Thank you, Brian.
No problem. So how do you document all of this information? And if you're feeling like utilities is a lot, it is. But also, don't think that all of this has to be done in 2 days. I remember being at Academy, and I was completely overwhelmed because I had this big list of things. And as a new agent, I didn't understand that this was spread out over multiple years. So when you start first doing your information search, you're really early on in a project. Utilities is one of the few functions in right-of-way that is involved with every aspect of the project, from very start to the very finish, and sometimes after. Local agencies must have a project-specific file for each utility owner and each utility type. So if you have PG&E gas transmission and gas distribution, those should have separate packages because they're different types of utilities. Same with gas transmission versus an electric transmission. So files should include the following items. So you should have your notice to owner, your report of investigation, estimate of cost, your claim of relocation letter. So basically, this is their liability. They're telling us what the liability is. The utility agreement, if it's needed, utility owner's approved relocation plan. And this should be signed and approved by your local agency's engineer to make sure that it meets the needs of the project. And then if there's federal funds on the project, you are required to provide an Exhibit 14C. This is basically the specific authorization saying you have federal funds and asking for that money. If you don't do this prior to starting work, you are not eligible for the federal funds for that work at all. Claim of liability letter and estimate describes what the liability is. So is it 100% owner expense pursuant to a franchise installation? Really what we want to know is what was their right at the date of installation. There may have been things that we'll look at after that, like have they moved from their original location, but what was their original installation right? Were they installed in permit, franchise? Were they trespassing on someone's property and now they're trying to claim it as prescription? We need to know all that kind of stuff. Who is doing the relocation work is important as well. So are we doing the work as the local agency or is the owner doing the work? So that's going to go into our utility agreements and it's going to determine really our planning with construction as well. What plans are being used? So are we using the local agency's plans or are we using the owner's plans? So if you use the owner's plans, they're their plans. They approve them. They're giving it to us. That's not a big deal. We need to approve them on our end. If we're going to use our plans, we need to make sure that the utility company puts their signature on that and a date so we know that this plan as of this date is the one we're going with. So those we list in the notice to owner because we want to know that if we're telling you to relocate according to these plans, it's these plans on this date with this many sheets. And that way, if you get to construction and the utility moves somewhere else, which happens, and they're 5-10 feet over from where they're supposed to be, and it's an issue, you can say, listen, we agreed to this plan all along. Here's the notice. Why did you do something different? And also, if you know the number of working days that's required to do the work for the utilities, it would be great to have that as well. Sometimes we don't have that and we have to track it down. The estimate of cost should include all relocation costs. It should not include any contingencies at all. If you see that in any invoice, it needs to be stripped out before it's paid. And then credits and salvage are required to be shown. Even if it's zero, just mark zero. So a report of investigation is basically our story of liability. It's our novel. So it's needed for all utility conflicts when the local agency pays for any portion of the relocation. Some districts require reports of investigation for local assistance for all projects. We did in District 3 when I worked up there. And the reason is because we're not the ones that are working on the project. We're not the ones that are collecting the information, but we're the ones that have to sign off on it. And the report of investigation is basically how we figure out if what you're saying matches up. And if we need to make sure that it meets federal requirements. So it's signed by It's signed by the utility coordinator of the local agency and the Caltrans delegated district representative. It's an internal document for Caltrans. So we do not send out the report of investigation, but it's something that we keep for our purposes. There should be a narrative section, section 8. That's something that has to be filled out. And that's basically where we get the meat and potatoes. It's explaining everything that was in the rest of the report of investigation in more detail. And then an approved relocation plan must be included with every liability package. Your notice to owner is a legally binding document requiring the utility owner to relocate its facilities. The notice to owner number is chosen by the local agency for local assistance projects. For local programs projects, you would request that from your Caltrans local assistance coordinator. The numbers should match your report of investigation and utility agreement numbers, so you use the same number on all of them. Must be a unique number for each utility facility. So like PG&E would be 1234.1, AT&T would be 0.2, next one would be 0.3. So what's included on a notice to owner? What facilities are in conflict? What's happening? So are we relocating it? Are we adjusting it to grade? Are we protecting it in place? Just a very generic, what are we doing? Relocation schedule should be on there. The local agency's contact information, liability determination, and then each notice will be signed by an authorized representative of your local agency. So you have your notice to owner. If you have any changes, and the reason why we don't do a lot of these forms early on is you don't want to have a lot of revisions or amendments to utility agreements because you never know which one someone's going to pick up. And so what we want to do is say that we had a change in scope because there was an issue, and we would basically put the new plan information down here, and we basically send out a revised notice to owner that would basically supersede the previous one. Utility agreement is required in some circumstances. So this is when the project itself is paying even $1 for relocation work towards utilities. So if we have any liability at all, then there needs to be a utility agreement because the state is spending money. If the local agency's contractor is doing work for the utility company, but they're getting reimbursed, because we have to spend money, even though we're being reimbursed, it still needs a utility agreement. So this would be Exhibit 14F. You can use Exhibit 14I for specific situations called implied secondary easements. So these are when you have a utility that is in a city, like City of Roseville, where I live. City of Roseville owns their own utilities. So if we had work where there was an underground electric line in the shoulder of the road, it's the City of Roseville's road. So because they're the owner of the road and the owner of the utility, the project itself would pick up the cost. And that would be an implied secondary easement. And we would use the 14I for something like that. So basically it's a shortened utility agreement that removes some of the clauses because you're the same entity that's relocating your facilities. It shall contain the appropriate standard clauses contained in Exhibit 14G of the LAPM. And again, these clauses should not be changed. All of these have been approved by Caltrans, by legal. They've been basically, we know that they meet federal regulations and state regulations as well. And then utility agreements must be fully executed prior to right-of-way certification. There's no wiggle room there. Federal authorization to proceed with relocation. Your E76 is required when local agencies seek reimbursement for work performed by the utility owner. The E76 is required for contract bid items, any costs for work after the E76 date, so this is the 14C that I was talking about earlier, would be ineligible for federal aid. And it wouldn't just be the work for the rest of that utility. It would be that whole utilities section would not be eligible for federal reimbursement. The E76 must list the owner's names, facility types, and estimate of cost for the necessary relocation. Qualifications for reimbursement, it has to be caused by the actual project. The local agency is legally liable for the cost. So when it comes to liability, we can't just be the nice guy. There has to be a legal standing of why we're paying for something. So prior and superior right is a good example. So they have an easement, they have a joint use agreement, they have something that supersedes the right of the state, we can pay. If it's convenient for the project, it's going to save us a lot in construction. None of that stuff, as much as it sounds good and is going to help, is legal. And then there's no betterment that you can get for that as well. We can't pay for betterment. It's a gift of public funds. So the 14C is needed when the local agency spends any money. I don't know why it says expends. And is requesting federal reimbursement for utility relocation. It's also needed for FHWA approval on the utility agreement. Exhibit 14C is used to transmit the specific authorization. So that's what we call it, the 14C, but it's transmitting that information. So if it's 100% owner expense, it is not federal for reimbursement because the local agency isn't spending any money. So this is what your 14C looks like. So you fill out, the file name is your Fed aid number typically. So you can check both of these boxes at the same time, and you can do the same thing down here if they all apply. So if you're doing this one, top one is when you're doing your notice to owner, and this bottom one is for the utility agreement. Down here, you're basically going to do the same thing. So in the past, they required us to separate this into two separate forms. FHWA has allowed us to now combine it as long as we're doing both the notice and the utility agreement at the same time. Buy America background. We're not going to go into a ton of this. Buy America originally was about incorporating iron and steel that was made in the U.S. into our projects. So if there's $1 on the project of federal funds at all, it doesn't have to be in utilities or anything else, then Buy America must be followed. That means your clauses and everything. I will say that there are Buy America clauses that we're updating in the Local Assistance Procedures Manual. The Chapter 13 of the Right-of-Way Manual currently has those in there. So you can utilize those Buy America clauses on the local assistance forms. So Buy America has changed as of January 2025. And there are new categories that you're going to have to focus on. So it's iron and steel products, which we already had to do, but at different levels. They've added construction materials and manufactured product. So these are requirements that the utility companies are required to understand and follow. These are requirements that you as a local agency, and if you're a consultant on here on the call, you all would be required to follow Buy America requirements as well. So making sure that you understand them, and really it's up to the utility companies to be in compliance when they're actually building. But making sure that all of our forms are set up that way. So Buy America is triggered by the federal funding, which I said before. And the owner cannot waive reimbursement to avoid Buy America. Local agency cannot use local funds to avoid Buy America either. So again, it's iron and steel, construction materials, which includes non-ferrous materials, plastics, polymers, fiber optic cables, optical fiber, and engineered wood. and then manufactured products. So this section, the manufactured products, we had a waiver back in 1983 that basically allowed us to not have to worry about those, but that was revoked in January of 25, and we no longer have that as an option. So here's a link that you guys can use later. I believe you guys are getting the presentation if you need more information on Buy America, but FHWA has the most information available. And apparently that's the end of my slideshow. So do we have any questions?
So we have one. I have heard the terms A, B, and C letters during the utility certification process. How do these letter designations align with the required utility documents?
Good question. So the A, B, and C letters are the local's name for different processes that Caltrans uses as well. So you have your facility maps, your conflict maps, and relocation plans is my understanding of how that works. And there's slight differences in the two, but it's the same general idea. So you're sending out your first set of maps where you're trying to get information back. You want to know where the utilities are. Then you're sending out conflict maps saying, in order for us to build our project, these things need to go. And then we're saying, hey, so I will tell you, Caltrans, when we ask for relocation plans back, we ask for 9 months. We don't get them in 9 months. In my whole career of 20 years, we rarely ever do. We're now seeing 12 to 18 months at Caltrans. So I know as a local agency, as a consultant, you get frustrated when the utility companies aren't sending these relocation plans back quickly. But I will let you know that when you guys are getting them in 4 to 6 months, we wish that we could have that any day of the week. So it's one of those things. The more that you coordinate with the utility company and the more you build those relationships with them, the easier it's going to be to work through these challenges that are holding up your projects. So, we're not going to give special favors. We're not going to do anything like that. But if I'm having to work with someone on a regular basis, being able to have a good relationship with them is important, because you're going to have times when you're going to have to ask them for something or tell them something that isn't going to be popular. And so you have to be able to be in a point where you can work through that instead of just shutting down projects or getting into delay. Any more? There should be more. There's always questions. So typically the way that when we present in person, the utility section is a lot more interactive. So we'll start asking about specific projects, situations for each of these for notice to owners. Like what are some of the challenges you have? The problem with doing it in a group this big and virtually is it's really hard to do that with that many people and still keep the flow going.
Bradley Sharpton, I see your questions in chat. You can unmute yourself to ask these questions since we got some time left. So if you'd like to unmute yourself to ask, you're free to do so.
Sure. Hi, Brian. Brad Sharpton. Question, we recently had to do Exhibit 14I, and we were told by Caltrans District Office 7 that the Buy America clauses in the Local Procedures Manual, Chapter 14, were outdated, and to use Chapter 13 clauses. Maybe to avoid, maybe wasting time and efforts on both ends, Caltrans and us, maybe refer to Chapter 13 for Buy America clauses, because I'm not sure why both manuals aren't updated at the same time.
That's the joy of working for large organizations that don't move quickly. So every group at Caltrans every process could be run by a different group. So our right-of-way manual forms are run out of one specific group. The local assistance forms are a completely different group, and so even how you submit them and when you submit them throughout the year is different. So with utilities, we're only allowed to submit 2 times a year. We're given dates on when we have to have all our changes for the manual done, and there's no exception unless there's an extreme emergency. With the local side, it's different. So I've been working with Robert for the last several months because I work on the Buy America side for the utilities for Caltrans. And so we've been trying to get not just that, but trying to do other updates to the local assistance side to make it match our policies a little better.
Okay.
So, but yeah, I agree with you. With the ones that are in the LAPM for Buy America are outdated. The ones that are in Chapter 13 of the right-of-way manual, and I would recommend that everyone gets the latest version. So as of right now, the January version should be the one that you have, January 2026. There will be a version coming out in, I think, July, if I'm not mistaken. So be on the lookout for that. There shouldn't be many changes with Buy America at all. So we have Buy America now in its own section in Chapter 13. Separate from Section 5, which is where it was before.
Okay. I just have one more question for you.
Yeah, go for it.
When a utility owner has prior rights over, I work for LA County Public Works. And so when they have prior rights over the agency for utility relocation, what specific costs is the agency financially liable for to pay the utility owner? Is there any guidance that Caltrans uses from FHWA on specific costs? Like, sometimes we see reimbursement for prior right searches. There's overhead, there's actual physical relocation, etc.
So it depends on the liability. So everything's going to be prorated to the liability determination based on installation rates.
In this case, the utility owner has an easement within our project limits. And so they clearly have prior rights. We did our prior rights findings, determined they do have prior rights. So when they send us a bill, what specific cost does Caltrans say, yeah, we'll pay for this, but we're not going to pay for your prior rights search?
So when you send out your conflict map, so we call it a claim of liability letter.
Yeah.
So that is your start date of charging you.
Okay. So
with that being said, there are some utility companies that will require pre-engineering agreements and stuff like that. It's a whole different story, but yeah. Did that answer?
Once they're notified there's a utility conflict, a relocation, or an adjustment, then their prior rights search usually kicks in to do their research to see who's financially liable. So you're saying that prior rights search would be a reimbursable cost if they end up having prior rights?
Yeah, probably should. I mean, I don't know that I've ever seen that in an invoice before.
Edison does it all the time. I've been a utility coordinator since 2002 and drew a short straw on getting a project that required an on-system certification. So I've done quite a few of them, and I've dealt with Edison quite a bit. And they routinely, if they have prior rights, which is rare over LA County, they do submit that cost to be reimbursed, their prior rights search.
I mean, I think that would be reasonable. I don't understand how you're charging. So I guess my question would be, what are they charging you for? So they have an easement that they own in-house.
Yeah, they're charging for the search of the document, the title, the deeds, and any costs associated with it. Years ago it was like $800. It wasn't much, but now that price has changed. But I was asked by our county council, because we review our utility agreements with county council, about, well, what costs are we paying them for, since they have prior rights? And I said, like, well, this has been our history of doing this or that. But, you know, she asked a good question, because what guidelines does Caltrans use to determine what costs are reimbursable? And you're saying basically all the costs associated with the relocation after the liability claim letter, is sent to the relocation, they're aware of the relocation for the project.
I'd say as long as it's necessary and reasonable. So like something like that makes sense, right? Like they have an easement. Like, do I think it's ridiculous? Yes. I don't know that it's something that we couldn't pay, because it's something that's needed in order to relocate this facility. They need to know what rights are there. We're asking what rights are there. Like I could see something like that. You will get requests from utility companies, or they will bury stuff in their invoices at times. So there are things.
What about lawyer fees?
What's that?
What about a lawyer fee for reviewing the utility agreement to execute it and so forth?
Yeah. I mean, it's all part of that process. I think they're nickel and diming you, but
yeah. Okay.
Yeah, a lot of the utilities have been growing in power over the last several years, quite a bit. Caltrans is working very hard to counteract that. And so I'm not ready to speak publicly about that, what we're doing right now. But I think there are going to be some changes in the utility process that'll kind of help us. So we're really just trying to work with the utility companies, but we're getting to a point where a lot of these projects are hitting delays because there's not cooperation. Instead of working with us, they're just saying, no, we're not building your project. Like they're intentionally holding it up. I'm willing to bend over backwards to work with utility companies as long as we can stay within the law. I'm willing to do the same thing with local agencies, because I understand where you guys are at. All the local agencies are trying to get these projects out. They're going to do a lot of public good. But at the end of the day, Caltrans, look at your local assistance coordinators, not as Caltrans employees. We're here not only as FHWA representatives reviewing this for legal compliance, but the way that I view it is I'm here to help you as the local agency. I want your project certed because it's going to bring good to our system, to our whole state. But we need to make sure that everyone's following the right procedures, because otherwise local agencies are going to get fined. They're going to lose eligibility for Fed aid. It's happened now twice where FHWA caught a local agency just basically not following regulation. And one of them was a multi-million-dollar fine. And I believe that they were put on a list where they weren't eligible for federal relocation for a certain amount of time. So really our goal is to make sure that when we start this project, everything's in compliance. Because we don't want you guys to be in trouble in the future. So if we get all your ducks in a row, then you don't have to worry about any potential issues with FHWA in the future.
Sure. Okay. Well, I appreciate your time.
No problem.
Thanks.
That's all I have.
Thanks, Bradley.
You're welcome.
Zachary, I see your question. If you would like to unmute yourself to ask, you're more than welcome to. If not, no worries.
Hey there.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess this is just more of a project specific question, but we had we submitted a USA ticket for an area we're doing underground drainage. We had a utility owner spray out their facilities, and then sometime later that same utility owner informed us that they also have an additional utility in that area that was not marked because they don't really know where it's located. It sounds like they have limited info as well. It was installed quite some time ago. So I guess in this situation, I mean, who would that liability typically fall on? I mean, I'm glad we caught it now so we can do some exploratory research to find where it is. But if they hadn't informed us and we hit their utility, I guess.
The real answer is I don't know.
Okay.
So I don't know what the real liability would be. So they're required. The utility companies are required by law to come out. I believe it's within 48 hours of the mark out to mark their facilities. Now, I will say, as much as we would love that to happen all the time, there are some utilities that just may not come out. So we've had that happen a couple times now, especially on the POSLOC side, positive location, where they just didn't come out, and it became an issue. So, sorry, I'm. Could you ask again? Let me. I don't think I was heading in the right direction for you.
Um, yeah, so we sprayed out a USA ticket for an area, and we had a specifically it was a sewer owner, utility owner. And they came out, they sprayed out the facilities that they knew exactly where they were. And then sometime later, we had the owner reach out to us and say that they had a force main that they didn't really know where it was, but they knew it was between 2 points. That did not get sprayed out during that initial USA ticket we requested.
So, is the liability that you're looking for who's responsible to find it, or
I
for
mean, I guess like if we, I mean, now we know where there is utility, so we're going to resolve it. But for, if they hadn't notified us and we started excavating and hit their line, would they be liable for that, or would we be liable since we requested a USA ticket, had them?
So that's not a cut and dry answer, but
Yeah.
my guess would be if we're doing so. The way that you should think through this is doing your due diligence. So if you've done everything that you possibly can on your side as the local agency, you've done the USA, you've asked for facility maps, all this stuff, and they say there's nothing there. There's nothing you can really do beyond what you've done, right? If they tell you that there's something there and you don't look for it, that's on you. They don't have to tell you the exact location, because this happens. Sometimes they don't know. It was put in the ground in 1910, or you know, it's changed ownerships 3 times, and they don't have the original information, which I've heard 2 or 3 times now. Really, what you want to do is you now know that you have utilities that you don't know the location, and you start basically doing your positive location. You can use electronic detection machines depending on the type of facility you're looking for, or if it's a water main. There are ways that they can go look for those as well. So they might be able to do a utility dip where, if it's not pressurized, they can open the lid and they can basically see where the top of the pipe is. It's 2.5 feet down, and then they go over to the next hole and it's 2.5 feet down. Then they know roughly it's 2.5 feet down and it's going between here and here. And then from there, you'll do the actual positive location to get the exact location to be able to move forward.
That makes sense. Thank you.
No problem. All right.
All right. Are there any more questions for Brian? You can type them in the Q&A chat, or if you'd like to ask, you could raise your hand so we can have you ask in person.
All right.
All right. Yep. Not seeing anything. All right, Brian. I think you're off the hook.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate everyone's attention, and I hope you have a great rest of the Fed Aid series.
So, with that said, I think we can move on to our railroad presentation, and it will be presented by Gina Pippinger.
Thank you, Robert. Good morning, everyone. My name is Gina Pippinger. I'm one of the headquarters railroad liaisons. And I have been with Caltrans about 25 years. So let's just jump right into it. Okay. Let's jump right in past the railroad involvement. Who is the district railroad coordinator? We call this person the DRC, and every district has a DRC who is the point of contact for design and construction when railroad operations are within a project's limits. The DRC is involved from the beginning, from the very beginning, the data sheet through the construction phase. The DRC works very closely with headquarters, the railroad team. And the railroad team is part of the Right-of-Way and Land Surveys Office of Railroad and Utility Relocation. So depending on the district, the DRC duties sometimes can just be railroad only, or they can also have acquisition. Sometimes they're appraisers, but it varies district by district. So what does the DRC do? It's the responsibility of the DRC to clear all the railroad involvement on a project. And in order for a project to make right-of-way certification, the DRC will coordinate with one or more railroad agreement. Some of our more typical railroad agreements are the right-of-way agreements. We call them the RWAs. Those are for plan review, flagging support, sometimes just property inspections or surveys. That's the flagging agreement is one of the most important agreements we use. The CNM, construction and maintenance agreements, are for projects where the crossing is being significantly changed or altered. Sometimes we will take down a whole bridge and realign a new one. And we also, they will also work with right of entries, CPUC authorizations, wireline permits, random other miscellaneous permits. What defines railroad involvement? One of the most common scenarios is when the work is going to be within 25 feet of the center line. The work could be within the tracks, over the tracks, under the railroad corridor. It really doesn't matter. Anything near their tracks is their property. We will always need to get some kind of a permission or permit to enter to be within their right of way. And you can see, even though this top picture here has the traffic going above the railroad tracks, we're in that section by easement, and we will still need authorization. These other little pictures are just some examples of when you're in their right of way. One of the other involvements is the second bullet here. Projects that are within 2 miles of the railroad tracks are recommended to coordinate with the railroad. The third one is railroad involvement requires coordination with the railroad company, and this may also require coordination with CPUC. And the last one, when there's a possibility of fouling the track. And just some of the examples of fouling is any item or any activity or person within the crossing. You can see this bottom picture shows the construction team is kind of outside of the track, but their equipment is over the tracks. That's one of the times when we will need coordination and permission. So we have what's called a 2-mile recommendation. And the background information on that is just highway projects that have the potential to negatively impact railroad traffic if the proposed work is not properly vetted. When assessing the impact of a project on a nearby railroad, you want to check these 3 factors most of the time. You always want to know, will the construction affect traffic speed? Will it affect the traffic count, or will it affect the traffic alignment? Sometimes we think we're just closing down a lane or we're just detouring. All of that really has an impact, and you'll see later on in one of the other slides how it can cause a lot of problems. To ensure all impacts are considered, we recommend that the railroad reviews the project plans. So this is a situation where the 2-mile recommendation was not used. A new signal was installed down here on the left side. You can kind of see it's Balcom Canyon Road and Highway 118. We did not coordinate in this situation because the tracks were almost a mile away, and you can kind of see in the picture the far right. The tracks were over there. We installed the signal light. We didn't mention anything to the railroad. And as soon as we turned that signal light on, traffic started backing up. You can just imagine from the little picture here. We had accidents on the first day before noon. So if we would have coordinated, if we would have mentioned it to the railroad and let them see these plans, they would have just installed some software preemption. And it really would have, helped work with the signal light. There's a little video here about track safety.
And Gina, before can you pause that real quick?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to get to this question before the video played.
Oh, no problem.
Yeah, so they asked, does the light rail system like Metro in the city have similar guidelines, specifically when it comes to the 2-mile distance minimum?
Well, depending on the city that you're in, it's kind of hard. I mean, they're so clustered. We prefer it, but the districts will decide based on their situations. Each district has the authority to make their own decision on a case-by-case basis. But yeah, we would love it if you coordinate all of them. And sometimes it doesn't take anything. Sometimes we just show them the plans and they say, oh, go ahead. We don't have any problem with that. Sometimes it really does save a lot of trouble on the back end.
Awesome. And that was the only question. And then also I wanted to mention to all the attendees, because of the video, the file was too big to send. So as you'll see in your presentation, there is a link. If you do choose so, you could click that link and it will download the video that's about to play, so that you guys will have it.
It's just basic safety guidelines, and you probably memorize it. It'll be quick. Here you go.
All right.
Hey, how dare you?
Shoot! I think the car just died. Oh, seriously, this is not happening.
Why did we stop? What happened?
Are we stuck? It's fine. We'll sit here for a minute and I will call someone. But what if there's a train coming? Don't worry, there's never a train here. And I'm sure we would hear one coming from pretty far away.
Mom, we just learned about this in school from a guest speaker from the FRA. They taught us what to do if you get stuck on the railroad tracks.
The FRA? What'd they say?
Well, it was all about railroad safety, and we need to get out of the car into a safe place right now. A train could be coming at any minute.
Honey, nothing is coming.
Mom, really, we need to get out.
Okay, let's get out of the car and we'll move to a safe place. We should call 911, or probably a tow truck. Or do you think we could push it off the tracks?
No, listen. We need to call the railroad first and let them know our car is stuck on the tracks. They can stop trains from coming.
Yeah, Mom, they really stressed that a train could be coming anytime.
Call the number on the sign. It's for the railroad company.
Do they have one of these at every crossing?
Train operations, how can I help you?
Yes, hello. My car is stuck on the train tracks.
Could you look for the blue sign?
I'm standing in front of it already.
Can you read me the number?
Okay, the crossing number is 365379Y.
Okay, I will stop all trains.
Okay, I contacted the railroad company and I told them we were stuck. I gave them our location and they're going to stop train traffic.
Good.
Thank you so much for your help. I'm glad you guys knew what to do.
You're welcome.
Now we should probably call 911, right?
I don't think you need to do that.
What you just saw was a student in a vehicle who was familiar with the emergency notification system and was aware of what to do if stuck on railroad tracks. Let's go over some of the important steps the family took. Number 1, get out of the vehicle and get to a safe place, away from the tracks. Once you are on one side of the tracks, stay on that side. Do not crisscross. Number 2, locate the blue and white ENS sign at the highway or pathway crossing. Know what to look for, where to find it, and how to identify the location and phone number. Number 3, call for help. Call the number on the ENS sign. You always call the railroad first. Number 4, communicate the problem and your location. Provide the Railroad Emergency Response Center dispatcher the nature of the problem and your location from the information on the ENS sign. Safety is always paramount, so let us cover some important railroad safety information. First, train tracks are private property. Walking on the tracks or trespassing on railroad property is strictly prohibited and is against the law. Always expect a train on any track at any time and in either direction. Trains can't stop quickly. Sometimes it can take a mile or more for a train to stop. For example, a train traveling at 55 miles per hour could travel the length of 18 football fields before coming to a stop. Always yield to a train. Trains always have priority 100% of the time, even over emergency vehicles. Never try to outrun a train. Always comply with railroad warnings, signs, and signals. They are there to warn you of the possibility of an approaching train. Don't stop on a highway rail grade crossing. If you should get stuck on a crossing, get out and get away. Only cross tracks at designated roadway or pedestrian crossings. Always remain alert around railroad tracks. The purpose of emergency notification system is to improve highway rail crossing safety. The ENS system is in place to notify the railroad of an emergency or warning device malfunction and aids in alerting the responsible railroads to respond to a problem or emergency at highway rail grade or pathway crossing. ENS signs are blue and white. This system was put in place to reduce the possibility of error in identifying a crossing and its location. The ENS sign will contain the railroad emergency contact number, which is specific to the railroad that manages that crossing. It also provides the U.S. DOT National Crossing Inventory Number. This is a unique number given to all public and private highway, rail, and pedestrian crossing in the U.S.
So I showed that video, even though it was mainly everyday citizens. We have a lot of meetings out near the railroad tracks. We have a lot of diagnostic techs, and we meet up there with CPUC. We meet up there with the railroad a lot of the times. And we sometimes don't realize that we're crossing over the tracks back and forth. We don't realize that any time could be train time. A train could be coming. So if anything were to happen, if you were out there and an emergency came, there's always this number here at the crossing, and you may want to look for this number before you even start your meetings. Each one of the crossings will have their own emergency number. They'll have their own 6-digit DOT number, and most of them will also have the name of the railroad that you're calling. It's really small in this picture. These signs in the past have always been 9 inches. They're kind of hard to recognize, but recently they've updated, so they're going around and replacing the signs with a larger, like 16-inch by 12 signs. You'll be able to see them more easily. And coming to the end, some of the top recommendations for success. First thing you want to do is identify railroad involvement early. You always want to involve the DRC. If possible, you want to have your designers design the project based on the railroad guidelines. They have their guidelines published, so we can design to their standards and they'll get an approval quicker. Ensure that your project has funding. When you need to call or when you need a meeting with the railroad, we need to have that funding in place because they're going to charge for everything. Develop a reasonable schedule. We need enough time for them to review the plans. We need enough time for them to get back to us, for them to schedule out a meeting. They will not rush, even if we're on deadline. And one of the main things is avoid scope changes. If they're already reviewing your plans or if they've already approved your plans and you have to make a scope change, they're going to start you back from the beginning. It's just unavoidable. So you want to make sure you have your scope narrowed down before you submit it. And some of the important things to remember, that the railroads control their right-of-way with superior rights. They've been here a long time. They've been here before the highways. Everyone must yield to a train. I was someone that didn't know this, but even emergency vehicles, ambulances, fire engines, the train has the right-of-way. The railroad's focus is always on track safety. The railroads, as I said, were here a long time before our highways. The average train, I think the guy mentioned this in the video, is traveling 55 miles per hour. They're going to need a mile to stop after the engineer sees you and hits the brake. It's going to take some time. And he also mentioned this, any time is train time. If you're on those tracks, you need to be very aware of what's coming and going. And that was the last one. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Gina. Are there any questions for Gina? Since we have some extra time, if you'd like to raise your hand and unmute yourself, you could ask it in person.
I think I do see it. Carl? Oh, maybe not. Okay.
Yeah, it's all the clapping emojis. Sometimes it looks like, because I was looking at it too. I'm like, is that a hand? Oh no, it's a clap.
Hey Robert,
Hey, hello.
this is Mohit, and I do work for City of Milpitas in District 4. So the question I have for Gina is, UPRR is the one who has the railroad tracks around our area, and the coordination is the issue with them. So how soon you would recommend us to start talking to them to get a response in a timely manner?
We try to shoot for 24 months. I know that's not realistic on a lot of projects. But depending on what your scope of work is, if you're just doing an overlay or some kind of small project, it will be quicker. It really depends on your plans, Mohit.
But the challenge is that there is a pothole within the track itself, and they are not using that track since last 10 years or so. And we are trying to reach out to them to figure out a fix because residents are on our tail every time they bottom down their cars on the tracks. So they are they are always complaining about those, and we are trying to figure out a solution. And we've been trying it since last year almost, and there has been literally no response from UPRR.
Well, any of the repairs that need to be done within the tracks, in between the tracks, they have their own concrete panels. There's a number, you can call that 800 number just as a regular local citizen and tell them that there's damage on those tracks, and they'll come out and fix it themselves faster than allowing us to do a project. You don't even have to say you're from the city. You can just say, I'm driving over this track and it's damaged. We want it fixed, and they will work on that quicker than they work on our projects.
Good point. Yeah, but at that location, it's not the concrete panel. It is the old style AC, and it's also a challenge there too. So, but anyway, it's a good point that we're calling that 800 will be able to expedite it. But for the federally funded project, you mentioned 24 months, correct?
That's what we shoot for. We have gotten them quicker, but it's very difficult to get them to expedite ever.
I see. All right, appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Good luck.
Thank you.
I did see someone else. Jonathan, I think you unmuted yourself. Did you have a question for Gina? Or anyone else in that matter?
Okay.
Okay, yeah, saying nothing.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, Gina.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you guys for your time.
All right. We will now move on to right-of-way certifications being presented by Steve Mattis. Steve, floor is yours.
Thanks, Robbie. Can everybody hear me? Yay!
We got you.
We're getting toward the end of this federal aid series presentation. I'm lucky to be presenting right-of-way certification. It's the culmination of everybody's hard work on a project to clear right-of-way. A little bit about me. I'm coming up on 25 years at Caltrans and a couple of years in Caltrans headquarters. I've pretty much had fun the whole way through. So let's get started with right-of-way certifications. I like to think the right-of-way certification as that story that the project is trying to tell towards clearing their right-of-way and getting the project ready for construction, knowing that you have all the property rights, all the interests associated with the right-of-way that may have been a conflict, but now are cleared, and the project can, with PS&E, submit that request for authorization, that E76, advertise and award that project in support of that. It's just a great moment because if it all goes well, you have a project that will operate smoothly and go straight to construction. So, all right, some of the more mundane stuff we'll go through here is right-of-way certification is a written statement summarizing the status of all right-of-way related matters pertaining to proposed federal aid construction project. The purpose of the right-of-way certification is to document, tell that story of the construction project and that is ready for advertising, and it must state real property interests have been or are being secured. Physical obstructions, including utilities, railroads, have been or will be removed, relocated, or protected as required for construction, operation, maintenance, and proposed project. And then last, right-of-way acquisition and relocation assistance program requirements were conducted in accordance with the Uniform Act, applicable federal, state laws, and procedures. So more likely, most of you have seen or worked with our exhibits for right-of-way certification, and you've probably noticed each function that we've gone through and presented for the federal aid series has a section or potentially has a section in the right-of-way certification. That's why we want you to be familiar with the right-of-way certification and all the steps that need to be cleared as part of the right-of-way certification. I think we have some handouts that we attached. One that's really nice covers the right-of-way certification levels. Let's see. So I think I touched on this in the beginning. Right-of-way certifications are required for any project that has PS&E. A right-of-way certification is needed for federal reimbursement. This includes ER projects. Construction can begin without a right-of-way certification. However, right-of-way certification will still be needed to complete the federal reimbursement. That's for the ER projects. We know if it's an emergency, There's a process for that, and you're going to go ahead and try to secure a right of entry, if possible, from any grantor that is impacted by the ER project. You must have a right-of-way certification to request construction authorization. All right, so we'll talk about the levels of certifications, and most of the crowd here, I would think, is familiar with the certification levels, but we'll go into more detail as to what they're about. A right-of-way certification states that the properties needed for construction of the project are attained. They are clear of utilities and structures which must be moved, plus persons or businesses displaced by the project have been relocated. Relocation assistance. In some limited circumstances, the agency may proceed with advertising for construction bids prior to the elements of certification being completed if it will not adversely affect any owners or occupants nor impede construction contractors' activities. So in the lightest sense, you may not have a complete package for certification. What comes to my mind in the simplest is let's say you have a property that you are able to secure a possession use agreement. You have physical possession of that property, but you don't have that legal possession, that closeout. And in that case, it'd be considered a certification level 2. More than likely, we're talking about Cert 3s and 3Ws that we'll talk about a little later. In this instance, most of us are probably familiar with the 4 levels of certification in level 1, 2, conditional level 3, and the dreaded certification 3 workaround. Let's see. So let's talk about a certification 1. We know that this is the cleanest certification. It allows the agency to advertise a project and award contract. The agency has essentially full legal and physical possession of all parcels. Titles transferred, agency can legally enter the property, includes acquisition access rights. Remember, for your projects, if you need access rights, control of that right of way that it's adjacent to another property, make sure your deeds reflect that and you acquire those access rights. Acquisitions are complete, escrow closed, payments made, or final order of condemnation are recorded. Orders of possession served and are effective. All occupants have vacated. So this pops up a lot with right-of-way certifications and projects where, for whatever reason, maybe untimely serving of notices for relocation has occurred. You have executed contracts, but you still have people sitting on the property. That would impede your right-of-way certification, in essence, your certification level 1. Let's see. Relocation assistance requirements have been met. Improvement structures have been removed, salvaged, or demolished. Utility, railroad work has been completed, and/or arrangements have been made for work to be completed. So that's certification 1. We strive for this certification. It's the cleanest. It's it draws the least attention if ever audited, and it's what we should all strive for in our projects with clearing right of way.
Hey, Steve.
Yes.
Sorry to cut you off. I just wanted to get this quick question in before you move on to level 2. You say CERT is required for any project that has P&S&E package, but is that assuming the project has some sort of federal funding on it?
Oh, gotcha. Okay, so if I'm understanding the question right, we in local programs have a stewardship and oversight agreement with FHWA, and that's what fosters our responsibility to oversight local program projects. That's why local agencies submit right-of-way certification and all the accompanying information to us for our oversight. In a secondary, we would perform oversight when it impacts our highway system. Because again, we're the owner operators of the highway system, and we're going to make sure that the right-of-way certification and the right-of-way certification process was completed appropriately. So those are two instances where you're going to see your district local programs coordinator and potentially work with them, and they'll work with us at headquarters. So does that answer the question? Because in that sense, we're going to see PS&E reflective of both types of projects, either on or off system. That development of those plans, design set.
I think that
Okay.
answers the question. Yeah.
Okay. If it doesn't, we can do a side. We can have a sidebar and go into a little more detail as to what we're looking for.
So,
All
okay.
right. Pardon?
I was going to say you can continue.
Okay. So on with right-of-way certification level 2. You may have a property owner. I think we talked about this earlier with a possession use agreement or possession clause in the contract. The owner is agreeable to the acquisition, but there may still be some negotiations occurring as to the price. In this case, you're going to be utilizing a possession use agreement. We talked a little bit about ER projects and the right of entry. These are two agreements that may be necessary depending on the type of project that you're working on. Right of entries are very rare, just for the sense that you're automatically in a situation for an emergency project. So let's see. The requirement for certification 2 are the same as certification 1, except the right of occupancy and use of one or more parcels are by virtue of right of entry or an agreement of possession use agreement. So we interchange, and sometimes we see other agencies and use the term right of entry. I'm thinking off the top of my head, railroads. It's that agreement, that possession and use agreement that, in essence, it hasn't finalized the right-of-way activities, but it shows that it has that physical possession of the property so that it can go to construction. Let's see, you can obviously advertise an award with a certification level 2. All right, certification level 3, or what we call conditional 3 certification, is only to be used in exceptional circumstances. Absolutely. The project is definitely going to have gone through their city council, their board of supervisors, that power that can issue a resolution of necessity that needs to be obtained. It's a situation where OPs or order of possessions dates may not be effective yet. The conditional 3, you can advertise if you're approved for conditional 3 through FHWA, you can advertise the construction contract, but you cannot award the contract. You can't even open the envelopes to see who the lowest bidder is until that certification, that right of way can be cleared and that certification upgraded to a Cert 1 or 2. Memorandum of justification must be submitted with right of way certification. We're working on this in the manual. Memorandum of justification is something internal to an organization. We use that statement in our certification chapter. In the case with local agencies outside of Caltrans, it's going to be that letter of support for the use of a conditional 3 certification. Due to the complexities of the right-of-way certification level 3 conditional certification, there is additional approvals required, increasing the turnaround time for acceptance. Caltrans does not have the authority to approve conditional 3s. This has to be forwarded to FHWA. And the current FHWA administration is being very thorough, and we are seeing extended times on and scrutiny of requests for conditional 3s and 3Ws. So keep that in mind. Let's see. Yeah. we'll move on from there and discuss certification 3W. So when a project needs to pursue a right-of-way certification level 3 with a workaround, you're stating that construction. Hey, Fred. I recognize Fred. How are you doing, sir? Stating construction can start on a project while working around some parcel. Okay, very important. You have a parcel that you haven't acquired the right of way for, but circumstances allow the construction around that parcel in the sense that it won't slow down construction and in the sense that it will not impact the grantors and that parcel. So we'll talk about in a little bit about the support, the letter, the letter of understanding that needs to follow with any request for a Cert 3W. But it has to be clear as to how the project can be built, and there are no impacts to that parcel that needs to be worked around. A workaround parcel should be in the minority of the project, not the majority. Can't really work around a bridge project if the right of way that you need is well, I guess if it's just the footprint of the bridge and that's the right of way you need. So you need to be able to show that you can go to construction and do something. The certification 3W is, again, for extraordinary circumstances only. Allow physical construction of it allows for the physical construction of the project to commence while occupants, residents, businesses, farms, nonprofit organizations remain within the right of way. Approval is by FHWA, and again, this will take a considerable amount of time. To be honest, from the final right-of-way certification to FHWA approval, we're looking at least 2 months. A caveat to the Cert 3W is if it is approved, it needs to be upgraded. Sorry. It does not need to be upgraded to a Cert 1 or 2, but it needs to be updated in the sense that you need to be notified 15 working days prior to the bid opening. So make sure that we factor in those timelines. Okay. We touched on this earlier again with the types of right-of-way certification forms that the exhibits and forms that Caltrans has created. Many of the agencies are probably familiar with both in that for off-system projects, those projects that are off or away from the state's highway system, we focus in on utilizing the 13A exhibit and the 13B exhibit found in the LAPM. Most of the projects, or I should say most of the projects, some of the projects that a local agency might utilize a 13A on is when there is no need for right-of-way throughout the project, and project right-of-way conflicts are limited to adjusting manhole or box covers to a new grade. Essentially, you've got all the right-of-way in place. There isn't any relocation. The railroads aren't impacting the project. You have a project that you control the right-of-way. 13Bs, on the other hand, are for any other type of project that has right-of-way conflicts, relocation, utility conflicts, major utility conflicts, need for clearance, items that you will want to describe as to how they have been cleared so that your project can go through construction without any types of delays. On the flip side, if you're the sponsor for a project that impacts the state's highway system, you're going to utilize the Caltrans right-of-way manual, specifically in Chapter 17, which references the rest of the manual. You're going to follow that guidance, and you're going to utilize Exhibit 17EX18 from that portion of the right-of-way manual. Let's see if I missed anything there. Right-of-way certification information and attachments. We talked about earlier, submit certification giving adequate time to Caltrans or FHWA. With right-of-way certifications, if your project submits a right-of-way certification and there has not been prior real-time review of those right-of-way deliverables that support the right-of-way certification, it will take more time because we will not entertain reviewing the right-of-way certification until we know the right-of-way and the support documents associated with that certification are appropriate and completed correctly. Ensure information on the certification is accurate, correct, and on the current form. Can't stress this enough. If someone picks up the right-of-way certification, they should understand the status of the right-of-way certification and the right-of-way conflicts. There should be no question as to the status, the term in the case of temporary construction easements, any description that the project needs to provide that supports why that item is cleared. Let's see. It should definitely be reflective of PSNE and final right-of-way mapping. With the right-of-way certification, you're going to want to include, more than likely, if there's more likely for utility conflicts, 14Cs for reimbursement, that specific authorization. It's important to note that toward the end of the right-of-way certification, there's the signature block and authorization sections. And within that, you need to include the resolution that your agency has obtained from their Board of Supervisors or City Council that authorizes the person that's signing on behalf of that agency. Typically, the districts and the local programs coordinators have something of that effect on record. But if they don't, make sure that you include that with the submittal for right-of-way certification. How are we doing on any questions? I've kind of been rambling on here.
You're good, Steve. No, nothing's popped up.
I've put everybody into a nice deep sleep. Right-of-way certifications and time considerations. I think we talked about this. Review and acceptance by Caltrans. That additional time that's needed for conditional Cert 3s and special certification with a workaround. In my experience, I'm pausing because I see a question in chat. In my experience, the DLE does not process the E76 for construction without Exhibit 13A. How can we advertise with the exception you shared? Oh, I apologize if I stated that. No, absolutely no. Our goal is to execute that 13A, 13B, 17EX18, and with the specific authorization, submit that to the DLE so they can put it together the package for the E76. So my apologies if I interpreted or if I expressed that. Good catch. All right, so time consideration. Review and acceptance by Caltrans. We're seeing these days it takes a little longer for requests when for conditional 3s and special certification 3Ws. With the 3 and the 3W, we need to be explicit about why it is necessary and why it is logistically feasible to support their use. So in that write-up, that letter of understanding that the local agency will submit with their conditional 3 or 3W, it has to lay out everything as to why it is needed, how the construction can proceed with it, what the risks are, and the date certainty of when those parcels will be obtained for construction. With the time considerations, let's also remember certain right-of-way conflicts. For example, working through relocation assistance, make sure those 90-day notices have been sent with subsequent 30-day notice to vacate. Make sure all money and funds have been are on deposit and are available. With any type of need for resolution necessity. This can be delayed. The property owner requests it can be delayed if the property owner requests an appearance. Make sure that the preparing and serving and recording of initial suit papers are in place, which includes the summons and complaint, the service of the notice of deposit. Again, we want to make sure they have money, and you serve the order for the OP and plan on, at least in this case, 9 months before you receive an OP if you're going the route of a 3 or 3W. In our experience, the settlements through when something goes through condemnation, we're expecting 12 to 18 months before it goes to trial, and with a jury determination, or in some cases a stipulated judgment. Helpful things to think about is if you have a public hearing, and you have people show up that may be impacted and become grantors of the project. Feeling that out, that sense of their support of the project may give you clues as to what you might be dealing with in acquisitions. And yeah, we'll leave it with that. All righty. This is the last slide, and it's for updating right-of-way certification. This shouldn't happen too often. If we've appropriately estimated the timeline for our project and the right-of-way certification and going to construction, we shouldn't have to verify that the right-of-way certification is still valid. But it is appropriate if after a year the project hasn't gone to construction to take a look at that certification. You're going to want to look at those temporary construction easements and see if they meet the needs of the project and can carry you through construction. And then definitely in the case of right-of-way certification 3s, a revised or updated or upgraded cert is needed 15 days prior to bid opening. So keep those things in mind, and definitely good luck with the certification of your project and its right-of-way. That's it. How about some questions?
Anyone have any questions for Steve? We have some extra time, so again, if you like to put them in the Q&A chat, you can, or if you'd like to raise your hand, you can. We will call on you to unmute yourself to ask in person, or I mean, virtually in person. All right, Mohit.
Hey, yeah, it's Mohit again, and it's a question for Steve that in this slide you mentioned that in case if there is a revision required for RWC at level 3, it should be needed, or it will be needed at least 15 days prior to the bid opening. So I'm trying to understand it, because you cannot advertise the project unless it's approved for construction phase. And having that approval will only allow you to start bidding or open it for the bid. So even is this point is for after the fact that you advertise the project and now you have encountered something unforeseen and you want to incorporate it as a part of addendum during the bid process? Is that something like that?
No, I think it's giving that status of the change in the status of the parcel. So as you work through that workaround or the right of way is being cleared, you're going to want to give that 15-day notice before that status of the project to CERT 2 or CERT 1 is feasible.
I see. And is this 15-day is for Associate Office of Right of Way at Caltrans or DLA?
My understanding is Office of Engineer in Caltrans needs that information.
I see. And the other question of mine is, so when I was working for other agency, we had PG&E high voltage main line right in the middle of the street, and we were lowering down the crown. So in that instance, we were able to obtain their approval on their letterhead, but we were asked to submit a deed, which was recorded in the past, to show that do you as a city has a right to do any improvements around their manhole or within 10 feet of the existing manhole cover. So it was a challenge back then. Is there any advice from your side that how soon we can start the process on that one? It was a last minute assignment and it just delayed the overall project because PG&E was not so responsive, were not coordinating on that front. And even
Interesting.
to get the Exhibit 13A completed, we needed that letter of support from them that they are agree with us to go ahead and do it, and they will arrange their electrician according to the schedule of the project. So is there any idea or any advice from your side if we will encounter such situations? Now I do work for Milpitas, so we have to deal with UPRR. So UPRR is again the elder brother of PG&E. So that's again a challenge. So any advice would help because we will be doing some highway safety project.
Yeah. So I won't speak for utilities, and I shouldn't probably speak too much for railroads, but I know the planning. Whenever your project is going to encounter a railroad, um, you're going to want to bring you're going to want to bring that railroad in as soon as possible. And there may be even a situation where you need to bring them in so that they can review what you have at as early as 30% plans. So that's an added cost that your project might need to incur just to make sure that they keep on time or they keep in on track with their time frame. Um, for utilities, I'm looking at Robbie right now. I don't know
So
if he wants to step in for the utilities fielding of the question.
I see.
yeah, it looks like Brian might have had prior engagements, so he's no longer with us. So if you're having issues contacting, getting a hold of any utility owner, and you've done your due diligence, reaching out and everything like that, there will be a point where you should probably reach out to your LPC, your local programs coordinator. And if they handle the utility side of things as well, they can help and assist in getting you in contact with that person, or they will reach out to their utility specialists for local programs, and then they will help you as well.
I see.
Yeah, so there's been a few times when I did utilities at the district where agencies had to reach out to me because they also weren't getting responses from utility owners. And usually when Caltrans reaches out, they're pretty responsive. So yeah, so if you have any issues reaching utility owners or anything like that, after you've tried a few times, yeah, reach out to the district and they should be able to help you with that.
Okay, sounds good.
As a
Appreciate you
follow-up,
both.
I apologize. As a follow-up, it sounded like they may have been questioning the city's possession of that right of way. It
No,
did.
no. So they were not questioning that. It is just because it was never taken care during the planning phase, and we were taking it as a regular adjustment, some like the existing storm drain and other cover adjustment. So then we went out in the field during the design, and then we saw, okay, it's not the regular manhole cover; it's a PG&E high voltage. It does label there, so it was on the designer as well. They were not able to capture it, and when it was a last minute call, it was so we as an agency was making a request to PG&E to kind of expedite it, and we went through their area coordinator. I'm not sure if he's still there. His name was Greg, and he was pretty helpful on that front. But so he got retired in the middle of the project coordination, and boom, everything went through the crack, and nobody was taking care of it. So it was unique situation back then. But I do understand now your advice that always go through Caltrans if you will encounter in that kind of situations on our project. But for highway safety, since we recently awarded the contract for design consultant, I think it's the right timing to coordinate with UPRR and see what are the requirements. I appreciate you both.
Yeah. If it's a railroad, you're going to want to contact us as soon as possible. They may not be too responsive because they like to have final design, but it behooves the agency to loop them in as feasible. Again, you have to have a project before you can officially go through the right of way. But as part of the research and development and the preliminary development of the project, you may need to reach out to that railroads and loop them in just so that you can plan and design the project. So, you know, make sure you don't wait around too long with railroad involvement.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like Gina was saying, they are on their own schedule. Like they do not care about your schedule whatsoever. So the earlier you can notify UP about your project to get them working on it, the better. So we did have another question in chat. How long does it typically take to process a right-of-way certification at level 1?
Mm-hmm. What is it that appraisers. I love Mike said this earlier. That his favorite 2 words, it depends. It depends. I don't mean to be sarcastic about it, but that's an open-ended question because I'm not sure how large or how difficult or complex the project is. I don't know what kind of real-time review the agency has provided right-of-way documentation to the LPC. And I don't know what the status of that district LPC is as far as their workload. Typically, I would assume they're processing requests as they come in that order. But I would be mindful if you're getting toward the end of the fiscal year, that LPC is getting blasted. They're getting a lot of requests because we're all trying to grab that money. And I hate to be crude, but it's all about that dollar, and we're all at that ATM trying to pull that money out at the same time. So to answer your question, if you've done real-time review with the LPC, if their workload isn't impeding their ability to process that certification, 2 weeks in a very, very perfect world, 2 weeks, 2 working weeks to process that Cert 1. But they better that should be considered at the time where they've seen the right-of-way certification and it's the final right-of-way certification. So I would hope it'd be sooner than that, but it behooves the project to make sure that they have enough time because there are other agencies and there are other projects. Good question.
Good question. We have another one here. For level 1, does it help the review process to send parcel acquisitions in batches instead of everything at once?
Work with your local program coordinator as to how they feel most comfortable. We're supposed to be doing real-time review of the right-of-way. We found out recently that even though we say that we're going to review a percentage of those right-of-way deliverables, we're going to need everything to initially select those deliverables that we're going to review as part of oversight. So some of these packages can get pretty large if there's several right-of-way conflicts. It might be a situation where we have to do some type of share drive. It may be in packets, depending on what your email account can handle. But work with your local program coordinator to see how they feel most comfortable at receiving that information. They should insist that it be real time, because again, if they're getting dropped all this right-of-way information at the end when you're requesting right-of-way certification, they really can't proceed with that certification until they've performed oversight and making sure that everything was cleared appropriately.
Awesome. Any more questions for Steve?
Thank you kindly. It's not the most exciting information, but I think it'll be useful for your projects and your agencies.
All right, I am not seeing any. So Steve, thank you so much. Appreciate it, man.
Thank you.
All right. I'm going to share my screen because we have come to the end of the training. And we hope that you enjoyed your 2 days here with us and learned a lot and obtained some helpful information. And that I know this has been sprinkled out throughout the 2 days. But at the end is any good time as any to remind you guys to always record or document, excuse me, your activities, any right-of-way activities, as they are an important tool to show the right-of-way compliant process. These diaries should be written so that any third party reviewing the diaries at a later date can understand the actions that were taken, and from those entries, like I said, gather a good understanding with whom they've interacted with, what was it about, and when it was about. So it's very important to document everything. And with those documentations, I believe yesterday was kind of touched on about retention. We believe that probably 3 years at a minimum, or whatever your agency's retention policy is, should be sufficient in how long to keep these records, or retain these records, excuse me. As both Caltrans and the FHWA do have the right to review these files for compliance. So we just want to make sure that you all have the ability to keep those around so that any potentially future funding isn't at risk if an audit comes down the line. And then just some examples of right-of-way activities, parcel files with diaries, any utility activities, appraisal activities, RAP activities. It's just a safe bet to just record and document everything that you all do for each project. So with that, we will move on. So some helpful information are some links to the Caltrans right-of-way local programs website. However, it was brought to my attention the link is dead, so I will be throwing that link into chat if you would like to save it. It's there for you. But the link for the Caltrans local assistance website does work. So visiting these two websites will lead you to manuals and contacts and such to help you out on your project. And then also, I believe a handout was given of all the district LPCs within the districts. So with that said, we've come to the end of the training.